Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us at ACCA's Teacher Training Workshop. We are really happy to have you for this session. We have such a diverse audience. We have registrations from over 87 cities in Pakistan and over a dozen other different countries. So we are really, really happy and we look forward to an informative and excitingly interactive session today. We have a great lineup of speakers, but to start the session, we have a few housekeeping announcements. We encourage you to stay with us till the very end of the session, and a certificate of attendance will be issued to all those who will stay with us till very, very last minute. And it's once in a lifetime opportunity. We have such an high energy lineup of speakers. Joining us from the United Kingdom, the United Arab Emirates, and Pakistan. Just to begin the session, we have a chat section that you can see. We can test it out right now. If you can please type something, let's say, can you hear me? Say yes in the chat section and I'll be able to see all your responses. So let's test it out. If you can hear me all right. I am waiting for your responses and we are getting a lot of responses already. That is perfect. Okay. All right. Perfect. Thank you very much. So you can hear me. You probably can also see me. My camera is on. So first of all, let me tell you briefly about what is ACCA. ACCA is world's leading body for professional accountants. We are committedly working with all our partners across the world to make sure they are future ready, and we support them with their capacity building. So we make sure the economy is ready to face the uncertainties of the future. Pandemic has truly shaken our world. It has shaken your world upside down, especially for educationists around the world. The kind of disruption we faced during the pandemic is simply unprecedented. But there are many good things about pandemic as well. You know, of course, there's so many negatives, but there are also some positives. Things like people have taken their upskilling, their professional development very seriously. You go on LinkedIn, everyone is posting completing a certificate or doing a training. So people have taken seriously that they have to develop themselves to stay in the game. And the other thing is the fast track digital transformation that is happening, especially in the education sector. People have moved their classes online and now teachers are teaching online. So keeping in mind, the theme for today's session is getting ready to teach in the new normal, mastering the post-pandemic pedagogy. And we have great trainers who will be delivering their sessions today. But to start the session, we are very lucky to have with us Sajid Aslam, who is the head of ACCA Pakistan. Sajid is a professional accountant by qualification, and he has over 20 years of management level experience in strategy formation, acquisitions and mergers, corporate finance, governance, business development, digital transformation, and entrepreneurship. Sajid has vast experience of FMCG, telecom, and education sectors. He had served as the CEO and CFO, as well as Chief Business Development Officer and functional lead for many multinationals in Pakistan. He had also served on the boards of management, consulting, education, telecom, technology, and food companies. He started his career in Pakistan with Nestle and progressed into international roles. Other than Pakistan, Sajid has worked in Australia, Turkey, Korea, Indonesia, UAE, Switzerland, Singapore, Malaysia, and East African regions during his professional career with different organizations. So, Sajid, are you with us? Can you please say hello to our audiences? Yeah, here you are. Hello, Sajid.
Hi, Rashid, and thank you very much for inviting me at this point of time. And Assalamu alaikum, and a very, very good afternoon. I think it's very important, like Rashid started with that we are going through a phase, and it's not how we will react, it's how we will respond to that current pandemic that will make a difference for future, not only for us, but for the generations to come. When we talk about pandemic and the current scenarios, uh, it's a lifetime, it's a once in a lifetime challenge, and at the same time, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity where we can go back and review how we were living our life and what need to change and how we can improve things and how we can contribute that way. I think one learning, and if I go in my personal opinion, one learning came out during the pandemic that health and safety is important, but the economic realities are bigger than that health and safety concerns around the world. And we are seeing that more and more, that the economic security brings more prosperity as compared to anything else. And even in Pakistan, uh, the economic development and economic realities are way bigger than the concerns which we had initially for health and safety side. So definitely COVID-19 is a one reality, but the economic realities are also very much there. What does it mean for us? What we are going to change and how we're going to live life going forward? Rashid picked up a very interesting stream like the upskilling and the reskilling. Early January this year, I was at World Economic Forum, and the one of a bigger conversation came up that how we will keep our current workforce around the world, we are not talking Pakistan, around the world, relevant for the change which is we anticipate. And at that time in January, the COVID was not as visible as we saw it subsequently. And then the reskilling and upskilling conversation became more relevant when suddenly the COVID hit every business and they have to go in the digital mode. And that's created a different kind of requirement in terms of how we will handle internet, how we will handle technology, how we will do the digital engagements. And digital engagements are not simply a replica of a face-to-face conversation. It has got its own mechanics and its own realities, how we will keep people, and especially very, very young people, engaged and motivated to continue with us. Another thing which I would like to pick up here is the education as a whole. And I think there is again, a realization that education, particularly the countries like Pakistan, is a wonderful medium which help us to really change our class from a lower to upper, lower middle class to middle class, and middle class to upper middle class. And that's how we use education as a key source where we develop people in terms of capacity, but more importantly, in terms of character, to really bring those changes in their life and the people who are around them. And that prosperity which the educated people are bringing to the table or to the economies, those are the important ones. And those people and the young brains which we are dealing with, they may not be aware of at a very young age that how they are going to shape the society going forward. And there comes the role of teachers, there comes the role of organizations like ACCA, who bring those researches, who bring that content on the table and share it with the society to really understand how the future will shape up, not only in terms of economy, but in terms of behaviors as well. The society and the education, or the purpose of the education, is to really create those responsible citizens who form a society which can work together, which is inclusive in terms of their approach, which is tolerant, which can understand what kind of capacity they need to deliver, what kind of character they need to demonstrate in different situations, how they act in a conflict situation, how they act in a normal situation, and how they respond to the challenges. So all these things are important for the youngsters which we are dealing with. And there is a role which we need to play to really help them understand their own self. It's our role to make sure they understand how they are going to handle themselves when they get into the situation which is unexpected, like COVID. It was not a challenge which is coming from the external environment. The challenge, a bigger challenge or a bigger opportunity exists out there when we start handling ourselves in a way which adds value, which bring value not only to us, but to the people around us. So if I pick up on the prosperity conversation, I think the role which ACCA is trying to play is to bring that ethical dilemmas as an upfront conversation at a very, very early stage. Really understand that what kind of ethical dilemmas we will be encountered at different stage of our life, and what are the right kind of responses which we need to really demonstrate on that one. It's important again from a teacher's perspective and from a counseling perspective. The kids which we are dealing with, they have got too much information and they have got too many opportunities at the same time. Our role is to help them build that criteria based on which they can make those choices, and those choices which can bring a right kind of, or bring up the right kind of society there. So the role which we are talking about today is the character building and making sure we help our youngsters to ask the right kind of questions, not only coming up with the answers, but asking the right kind of questions, what and why, and then create the criteria based on which they can make their decisions and the choices. And that is relevant not only for current situation, but for the future as well. So this is something which we would like to do together. We would like to bring all the resources which ACCA can put on the table. We would like all the resources which we can bring together. And then we contribute in building that character and capacity within Pakistan, which help us to really create that inclusive economic growth, which bring prosperity not only for us today, but for the generations to come. And I think it's a great responsibility, but it would be a great pride when we look back and we can talk about there are 2 cents which we have contributed in developing that society, developing this nation, and this path of prosperity for Pakistan. Thank you. Over to you, Rasha.
Thank you very much, Sajid. Very nicely put. Some very, very important messages coming out from Sajid, who joined us from Lahore. So thank you very much, Sajid. And in the program, we have a very, very interesting session coming up. It's a masterclass, which will be delivered by Paul Kirkwood. Paul is our head of learner experience at ACCA, and he will be joining us from the United Kingdom. Having experienced his teaching style myself, I can vouch for him. He is one of the most innovative teachers that you can ever come across. He's a person with rich experience and unmatched expertise. So let's welcome him. So let me send him the request here. He is. Hello, Paul. We can see you
Hello.
now. Thank you very
Hello.
much for joining us. Now, without further ado, I hand over microphone to you, and it's all yours now.
Thank you, Rashid. Can you also hand over the link so I can share my desktop? I don't have that option on my. There we go. Let me do that now. I'm a little bit worried after that incredible introduction. You made me very worried. I've got quite a lot to live up to there. Can I just check that you can see my slides if I make my presentation full screen? Can you see that?
Yeah, it's perfectly visible. Over to you
Lovely.
now.
Fantastic. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It's good morning from where I am here in South London. I'm teaching from my shed. We're still in some relative lockdown here in the UK. But I'm very lucky. I've got a shed at the bottom of my garden where I am able to do presentations from. Before I get going, just a little bit of background about me so you get a feeling of my history. I actually started out as a civil engineer. I studied that at university and worked for a couple of years in that industry before I saw the light and decided to move into the world of accountancy. I qualified in 1998 as an accountant and then spent the next 10 years, first of all, teaching the accountancy exams. That, certainly in the UK and in many countries around the world, was a very typical route into teaching these accountancy exams. You qualify as an accountant and then you get on and teach them. So initially, I didn't actually have any teaching qualifications. I did that for around 5 years. Then I moved into industry. I worked in the retail sector, in consultancy, and also as an internal auditor as well. Back in 2008, I always had a passion for education. At that point, I actually decided I'm going to move back into the education field. I joined an organization which is now called Kaplan. And again, I taught the accountancy exams. I did some educational qualifications, some post-degree qualifications in teaching as well, which was incredibly useful for me to really help me understand how to become a better Whilst at Kaplan, I really found I had a passion for technology in the classroom. And I want to share some of that, hopefully, passion today, but also very much give you confidence if you are looking to move into a more digital or online learning situation at this time, to really maybe give you confidence to do that and to try new things. Um, about 4 years ago, I moved away from Kaplan and joined an online training company, and I set up an ACCA qualification training program, which was completely online. Before around 12 months ago, maybe 15 months ago now, I actually joined ACCA as their head of learner experience. And in a nutshell, what that means is that I try to ensure that the solutions that ACCA develop to help their students pass their exams get to our students at the right time, get to our students through the right channels, and basically get to the right students. So that's a little bit about me. I just want to run through the agenda. So on this agenda, we've got about an hour together today. I want to think about the need to adapt. So the session is about adapting to digital delivery, a teaching guide in the new normal, so post-pandemic. But very briefly, maybe touch on a couple of those reasons why we need to adapt. But my big theme for everything today is to keep it simple. The best educators, the best teachers that I've witnessed, and I spend a lot of time watching other people, getting ideas, which maybe I can then take myself and adapt for my own style of teaching. But I have this theme where people who educate well just either make it seem effortless and simple or really do keep things simple. So that's one of my mantras for today. We'll focus on maybe some tips for successful digital delivery, and also maybe the need, or we will focus on the need to convert classroom teaching styles to online teaching styles. I'll briefly touch on online assessment, both during live classes and some other mechanisms as well. And I also want to touch on a couple of areas which are new to me, and I've learned a lot over the last 4 or 5 months in terms of how our students, or ACCA students, are actually engaging much more with their tutors through social media. And I've got towards the end of the session an element of I've got a video, actually, a video recorded. I'll explain where it came from, where we just listen to some of our students and their views. And that will just leave me with final thoughts and questions. And I know there's a discussion session after my individual presentation. So that's the idea of the agenda. Let's get on with that introduction. Is there a need for that delivery? Well, yes, I think it very much is. And I've got 3 maybe key things which would lead me to that conclusion. One, the necessity, the need, the COVID-19 pandemic requiring us to find a new way to reach out to our students, maybe accelerate the amount of online or digital delivery that we do. So certainly there's a necessity need. There's the expectation need now, as we maybe move out of that post-pandemic lockdowns. Is there now an expectation from our students that they've tasted online learning, they've tasted digital delivery, they now expect that as part of any course, a part of a blended course, perhaps. And then realistically, sustainability, if there's a need for us to be able to deliver digitally, if there's an expectation for us to be sustainable as educators, we need to be able to adapt and provide our customers with what they want. Now, a lot of what I'm doing today, and I'm not going to go through this in any detail, but during the initial lockdown phases around the world, we ran a series of webinars, starting with delivering the ACCA qualification in the digital world. But then that was to our learning providers, so tutors teaching at learning providers who teach the ACCA exams. But we quickly found there was a demand for more detailed analysis and exploration of areas, such as how do you do it? Don't just tell me about it, show me. Don't just tell me we should change. Tell me how to adapt and how to change. Tell me what our students think. Have you got some examples? And can we have a proper Q&A session? And so we developed a series of webinars which we ran to tutors all around the world. And what I'm doing today is really bringing a lot of what was covered in those 6 webinars in one place. So I hope you find some useful elements in today's presentation. First of all, Rashid, I'm just going to do a first poll. I've got it as a slide, but I believe you're set up to run the poll online. So I'd just like to get a little bit of information about you. So Rashid, are you able to run the poll? And it's a question, just an open question, really. How experienced are you in running online learning? Is it that you've got no plans and no experience at the moment? So no experience, sorry, and no plans to run online learning. Is it that you've got no experience, but you think you're going to be running online learning in the near future? Have you got some experience, or have you got significant experience? If you can answer that poll, that would be fantastic. Rashid, I can see the poll's open. Are you able to close it, and will that result show for the audience?
Sure. So we are closing in 2 seconds. So anybody who hasn't responded, please respond now. And Paul, just a little feedback on the voice quality. Is it possible you can change your headphones maybe? The voice breaks sometimes.
Okay.
So it's not as clear, or maybe you can try speaking a little slower. Well, probably it's, yeah.
Okay.
So if you can give it a try, and meanwhile, I'm closing the poll and we have the results, and I'm sharing the results. It's on the screen now. So 53% of the people responded they have some online learning experience, followed by 41% who answered significant online learning experience. 4% says no experience and no plans to run online learning, and just 3% with no experience and no plans to run online learning.
Thanks, Rashid. I've just tried to change a setting on my microphone. Is that better?
It is a miracle, Paul. You're so clear now. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure what happened there. Apologies. We did do a test before we went on air and it was working. So, but actually, I'll come back to that during the presentation itself in terms of tips to get things working properly. Thank you for running that poll, Rashid. We've got another one in a couple of moments. In terms of the split there, it seems like we're pretty much 50-50 in terms of some online and significant, with some smaller numbers in the other categories. So hopefully there will be one or two nuggets that those with significant learning experience can take away, but also maybe perhaps some more really useful tips for those with some online learning experience. Okay, let me move on. As I said, I really want to think about keeping things simple. So in terms of digital learning, I really don't get hung up on the different terms. To me, digital learning is anything that uses digital technology. That could be in the classroom, it could be online. And for online learning, we're talking about, for me, anything that uses the internet, again, could be online or could be in the classroom. Now, I mentioned in my history that I joined or started teaching back in around 1998 and came back in 2008. Back in 1998, I was teaching using an overhead projector, which I've got fond memories of. But when I came back almost 10 years later, the only real changes that from a technology perspective was we were starting to use we were using email much more to speak to our students, but we changed from an overhead projector to a write-on screen in the classroom where we wrote on a TV screen and it projected behind us. There hadn't seemed to be a major change in classroom technology. However, in those years from 2008 onwards, there were some major changes. Linking the internet, the World Wide Web into the classroom allowed a richer experience to be given for our students. You may recognize that paddle. It's something which, if you've seen the TV program Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where they ask the audience, this is something in my classroom technology role at Kaplan I introduced across the organization, where students were able to have a keypad in the classroom and vote on questions that we raised in class. So an example of using, I think, digital technology within the classroom. So that was probably around 2010, 2011. Getting into 2012, 2013, in my classrooms, we started to use interactive whiteboards more. Now, I never got on with these. So some technology I think people find really useful and innovative. I really struggled using the interactive whiteboard because I didn't like having my back to my class a lot. Obviously, with the introduction of laptops, we found that especially laptops with write-on screens. So that was the big thing for me. When I was able to get a laptop with a write-on screen, certainly when I was teaching online, not in a classroom, that became a great benefit to me. Thinking about how my journey with technology worked, well, I've stopped using notes, or I stopped using notes in the classroom. I moved everything onto tablets. So I didn't walk into the classroom with big files, walked in with a tablet instead. And let's be honest, where are we now? I think most of our students, certainly in a lot of markets, will use a mobile phone to garner a lot of online content now, rather than simply either be in a classroom or be connected with a laptop or a tablet. So I just wanted to give you maybe a bit of a journey through classroom technology, and what students may well be using. But the big thing for me at this point is to understand whether we need to redesign our sessions for online delivery. So Rashid, I've got a second poll now, and especially for those who said they've had some experience or a lot of experience, this is, I think, is a really interesting question, and we'll explore it in a little bit more detail. So from your perspective, have you redesigned your sessions for online delivery? And literally a simple yes or no, and then we can explore that in a little bit more detail as we move on. So Rashid, again, I can see that the poll is open. Do you want to join and give a little countdown to when we're going to close? And then if you could share the results, please, as well.
Sure, we'll just give 10 more seconds. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ta-da! I'm closing the poll now. And we have the results. So 86% have redesigned their classes for online delivery, 14% have not. Over to you.
That's fabulous. Thank you very much. So it sounds like the majority have. Now, there's not many days I remember from my teaching history. I remember the first day I went into the classroom. I also remember the first day I did an online class, and I was actually standing in a classroom talking with a telephone, and I couldn't see my students, so it was in an empty classroom. I remember that because it felt so strange, and I think, thinking back and reflecting, I didn't try to change too much about what I did in the classroom. But actually, over time, I've found that you do need to adapt to some greater or lesser extent for online delivery. Some reasons why, and moving now into a section where we'll consider what makes successful digital delivery. Well, we need to make sure we choose initially the right digital delivery method. Are we having a webinar? Is it a webinar that we're running, or is it a meeting? This is a webinar. We've got GoToWebinar, which provides a good deal of functionality, such as the polls, the chat panel, the screen share, the webcam. If you're running a meeting, would a more simpler solution work? And Microsoft Teams is something we use a lot for one-to-one or one-to-many meetings, which don't need the functionality of a webinar. Are you doing a lecture or an interactive session? And this is something which came out of the webinars we ran earlier in the year. And a great point came out. Well, if you're just running a lecture, why don't you record it? If you're running a lecture and you don't want interaction, just record it, and then the students can take that information when they want, when they're in the right place for them to digest that content. If you want to do a live online class, which is interactivity, which has the students conversing through a chat panel or even talking to the tutor themselves, that is a different digital delivery method. So make sure you're clear on what you're trying to achieve and be able to choose the right mechanism. Now, for those, and I'll certainly highlight this at this point, an absolute key, it's the trainers, not the technology itself, that makes that great online learning experience. And I'll keep coming back to that theme as well. It really is the trainers themselves, not the technology, that really is the key element. If we think about some of the skill sets, I found, and I'm being as honest as I can be, I found teaching online harder initially than in the classroom. I found that I needed much more patience. I needed patience with the technology. The students sometimes had technology issues, as well as me. I had technology issues earlier on with my microphone. I think for some reason it changed to one of the other microphones that I've got set up. I've got a headset, but I've got a PC microphone, and I've got a webcam in front of me as well. And for some reason, after we did the test, the actual sound changed. So things will go wrong, and you need patience with the technology. You need patience with the students. I've put empathy here because I think it's very important that we can't see our students, and being aware that we can't see unless we're doing a live class where we've got cameras on, it's very difficult to actually see the students and read them like we might do in a classroom. Therefore, it's important to try and empathize with your students in terms of their experience. Think about how they will be receiving your presentations or your classes. Communication is a different type of communication is required online, I think, slightly different. I find myself more animated. I find myself a little bit more gregarious online than I am maybe in the classroom. I do that, and certainly with my voice modulation, I try to try and keep engagement in a number of mechanisms. I love keeping the webcam on as much as possible to try and show the students what I'm trying to get across to them through facial expressions as well as my voice. If I don't have my webcam on, my voice comes be even more important. There's the skill set around managing your cyber class. Again, I'll be as honest as possible. I'm not the best at this. I struggle sometimes setting ground rules for my classes. I like being able to have quite an open class. However, I think there does need to be ground rules, especially if your online classes have people arriving late, if there's disruptive chat in the chat panel. So maybe ground rules do need to be set out at the start. And energy through a variety of methods. I'm going to show you 2 or 3 today. So we've done polls already. I've got a video, I've got slides, but in terms of maintaining inspiration and maintaining engagement with the students, I do think a variety of methods throughout any particular teaching slot is very important. Okay, and again, I've mentioned a similar theme already. Don't forget, our most important objective as educators is to inspire. I'm confident, I know that you will all be experts in your fields. It's how we make sure that we can engage and inspire through digital delivery. One of the most frequent questions I'm asked about digital delivery or online delivery is what can I do apart from using PowerPoint slides? And screen sharing, like we're doing now, is probably the simplest explanation. But if you haven't considered getting away from PowerPoint, then here's just a few things that I've used in the past and my colleagues have. I've used OneNote. We use Microsoft as our core application suite, and so we use OneNote. It's a whiteboard effectively, but probably the best thing that I ever got for online delivery was a whiteboard screen which I could draw on myself, which I could write on. That changed the way that I provided online delivery, from providing relatively static PowerPoint slides to be able to chat through issues, to do calculations with students. And there's lots of whiteboard softwares around there, and I'm sure you could come up with a number of different ones as well. But if you don't have access to a screen that you could write on, then type in things in Word or another word processor application, or using Excel to run through calculations, or simply using websites. My particular subjects specialisms were auditing and also corporate governance, risk management, and it was wonderful for me to be able to use the news sections of websites to explore real life examples of what we were looking at in our syllabuses. So looking at corporate governance failures, looking at financial collapses around the world. And then finally, I just wanted to flag something that at ACCA, we actually, within the professional education team, we built our own practice platform for our students who are preparing for their exams. So students now, in the majority, do their exams through computer-based examination. The highest level of our qualification, the strategic professional level, is currently transitioning from paper-based to computer-based exams. To support our students, we've actually constructed a practice platform which allows students to practice in the real exam environment and then also mark their answers, and it also allows learning providers, so ACCA tutors, to access this content as well. So lots of ideas, I hope, in simple things you could do rather than just using PowerPoint in a presentation. Conscious a little bit of time, so let's run through some of these. You say you've got experience online, so I don't want to be telling things which are too obvious. But literally getting the basics right is so important. That concept of testing the technology. When I started teaching, if I wanted to test out something new, I actually just tested it out on my family. So literally, I would arrange a Zoom call or the platform we used, Adobe Connect, at the time where I was working, and we used that technology. Sorry, I used my family to open up a classroom, and I did a test on them. So I'm not sure how interesting they found it, but I certainly found it useful to be able to test everything that I wanted to do before getting into the classroom. Wired connections are always preferred. As I said, I'm in a shed in my garden, and I've got a 30-meter Ethernet cable going back to my router. I always like to have a wired connection when I'm doing an important presentation. And I'm sure you're comfortable with these key points. It's always key to keep remembering and thinking about your learning objectives. Try to keep to time. It's easier for people to be distracted online. It's easier for people to leave. Keeping to time, finishing on time is important, as well as keeping your sessions as short as practicable. I really like the idea of being yourself. I mean, I watch a lot of people presenting, and I take ideas away from them and I pinch them. I use them myself. And for those ideas which I take, I always change them to suit my way of presenting. So I really think that if there's ideas here that you think are useful, yes, by all means, do take them, but make sure you make them yours. Take and adapt. And so really the idea of reflecting on what you do, testing in advance, and trying something new is really important. And the final point there, always asking for feedback. I always liked listening to feedback from students. I'd sometimes ask a tutor to sit in on one of my sessions or a bit of my session to give me feedback as well. Okay, that's a few tips on successful digital delivery. I'd like now just to turn attention again, spend a few moments thinking about how we convert classroom teaching to online teaching. So again, there was, I think the majority from memory said they did adapt, but let's just think of a few of those key elements in this area. So changing your approach. In terms of changing your approach, yes, I do believe we need to adapt our online delivery to the online channel. I've mentioned the ADDIE model there. I got this from another presenter of our webinar series, and he's very, 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 very keen that you try to use good, robust instructional design to help you design effective sessions. The ADDIE model simply is to analyze, to design, to develop, to implement, and to evaluate. So analyze, design, develop, implement, evaluate. And you could imagine that being a cyclical model where you can iterate to keep your teaching up to date, but also try to include new ideas, keep what works and change what doesn't. So I think there is a need to change your approach. Why do I say that? Well, definitely online time and face-to-face time, in my opinion, are different. I can generally get through more content online than I can in a face-to-face class. Why? Because I don't quite have that number of distractions. I don't have the people in my room physically to look at, to talk to interact with. I do think I have a little bit less interaction online to some extent than I do face-to-face. That's not, and there's also other concepts in an online classroom. If I've got a cohort of students online, and I ask a question and they type into the chat panel, I tend to find that those students are very keen to answer quickly. Whereas in a classroom, sometimes it's very difficult to draw questions out, to find students who are willing to give an answer. I do find the online classroom actually facilitates discussion through the chat panel. Maybe it's that anonymity of the chat panel that gives people more confidence to make an opinion. So I do think online is faster. Maybe I cover content in 70, 75, 80% of the time of face-to-face. I've mentioned this 2 or 3 times already, and I'll keep on mentioning it. I do think we need to change that approach because of that shorter attention span online, because there's more risk of distractions. Therefore, any sort of mix of methods to maintain engagement, even if it's asking a question in a chat panel for a live session, would be incredibly useful. It's also why I like to keep my webcam on. I tend not to have my student webcams on, but that's probably because my classes were historically usually between 50 to 30, even more students. And just one more thing here, breaking down the session into chunks. I've got a couple, and again, these are not mine. I'm going to share with you a couple of breakdowns of a training day and a training half day that was shared to me by an experienced tutor. And very much trying to make sure that we keep those online sessions maybe shorter than we would in a classroom will help keep that engagement. And I've mentioned there again, let's be honest with this. When we're sitting at home, I'm much more likely to be distracted by one of the family potentially. I'm more distracted to get a delivery at the front door. I'm more distracted for someone to telephone on the home telephone. Yes, today I've managed to turn off, I hope, all of the potential distractions that might impact me when I'm presenting to you. But generally, if I'm a learner, then I wouldn't be turning off my mobile phone. I wouldn't be turning off my doorbell. I wouldn't be putting my home telephone on mute. I wouldn't be telling my family, don't disturb me at all. So the distractions are greater. Okay, and you may find this useful, you may not. It'd be interesting maybe in your discussions to consider how you do break up these sessions. This was an example of a session which previously ran 9 till 5 and then was changed to be shorter for online learning between 10:15 and 4:45. I really like this idea of before the session starts, a time period where the host, the presenter, the educator can connect, have a chat, welcome people. I always did that. I always joined any live online classes early to speak to my students. They knew I'd be there early. Some people were always there early and had a chat. Others literally always came on at the last possible minute. I always like to try and encourage a community as well. So what I would do very frequently, and my classes got to know this, was I'd join, say 10:15, we'd spend 5 minutes having a chat, and then I would always disappear and go and get a cup of tea. And I did that to try and leave my students alone on the platform, and hopefully they would start chatting to each other. And typically they did, certainly after the first couple of sessions. And chatting to each other through the chat panel, they tended to talk about how they'd got on or what they were struggling with. And it provided great insight to me in terms of what they were finding challenging or were they finding the course okay at the moment. So I did that as a way to get students talking and to build up a little bit of a sense of community there as well. As you can see, for a 2-hour session, I quite like that concept of there would always be at least a break every hour. So no session would go on for more than an hour. There'd be a break of 5 minutes at least on the hour. There's a lunch break in there. And the last session of the day is much shorter, a 30-minute Q&A, and the last part being a 30-minute session. I'm not going to give you any more detail. I've got another example in the slides there of if it was a half day. So certainly in my teaching career, we did a lot of evening teaching where we had around 3 hours, so 6 till 9 or 6 to 9:30. And the same concepts apply, but things tend to be a little bit more condensed. Okay, so let's move on. A few more things to consider. I think I've got about 20 minutes to go, which sounds about perfect. And I will have time to show you the video there where we listen to some insight from students, which is fabulous. I just wanted to touch on online assessment. And again, this comes in many forms. Are we talking about assessment in a live online classroom? How do you know? How do you know if students are actually getting it in the classroom? In the online classroom, especially when we can't see them. So we don't have webcams at their end. And again, as I said, I very rarely would ever have students have their own webcams on. We can't see them. Another area we can just touch on is can we use assessment to keep students interested? So can we use assessment as one of our engagement methods? And I think we really can. And I mentioned, at the other end of the scale, from how do I know students when I'm in a live classroom are actually getting it, compared to maybe how can we prepare students using online assessment for their final examinations. And I mentioned that ACC actually created their own practice platform. Well, let's deal with those in turn. The first two here, how do we check student understanding? Well, literally, it is using the chat panel. I found in classes, certainly up to 80, 90, 100 students, that I could manage the chat panel. I could ask sometimes open, sometimes closed questions, and you'd give students time to answer, and you could see the students were generally incredibly chatty and incredibly keen to participate. And that would give you confidence of two things. One, you've got them engaged, and two, you can just check their understanding of key issues. One hint there, and it's something which I think it took me time to be comfortable with. You do need to be able to be comfortable with silence. So if you ask students a question and they need to consider a response, think about a response, maybe even do a calculation or two before they give you a response, you do need to be comfortable with that silence to give them the opportunity to respond. Sometimes silence can feel very enclosing in an online environment, and you think you need to speak all the time. And when you are silent for a few seconds, internally as a presenter, it can feel like a lifetime. So when I set the polls earlier on, I tried to give you a little bit of time to answer them. But silence sometimes is very difficult for a presenter to cope with. So yeah, I certainly would say make sure you're comfortable just to give students time to respond. Sorry, there's also the concept of homework marking, and again, this may be more aligned to ACCA. This is my experience, obviously. I found when I was teaching online, where we had a digital course, the students actually were more inclined to send an email or use a platform to provide answers, were more likely to send in some of their homework or questions that they've answered for marking. And that was really useful to me. And hopefully that's a benefit of the digital world, that students may well be more likely to engage in some ways. The other one was, and I'm not going to go into these in detail because I believe another presenter later today is going to run through one or more of these quiz platforms. But I found the use of online quiz platforms, which you can use with a mobile phone. So students would be able to answer questions using a mobile phone whilst you're running an online class. And the quiz platforms that I've used are Kahoot and Socrative. They are incredibly useful. I started out using Socrative, which I think is a little bit more educational in terms of the way that the question and answer and assessment reporting is set up. Kahoot is more gamified, more of a gamification platform. If you have used those, again, it'd be great for you to share your experience when we get to the discussion area, if that's appropriate. But I would encourage you, and there are lots of these available, I would encourage you to look at these quiz platforms. Now, I first used both of these in a classroom, face to face, and they worked fantastically well. I was concerned, would it work when I moved to an online method of delivery? What did I do? I tested it. I got my dad, I got my mother, I got my 3 brothers all online, and we did a quiz together. Yeah, I did it on family stuff rather than on audit and assurance, but I tested it in advance and it worked, and it works online just as good. And maybe here's an example of a tool that can be useful in the classroom as well as online, that really facilitates maybe where the future will take us, where we've got a much greater blend of online and face-to-face teaching. Another point which I think is really useful for engagement, but also checking student understanding, was I would always start my sessions, and I know a lot of tutors do this, I would start and end my session with a little quiz. It made sure that it gave a little bit of time at the start for those people who were late to join. It made sure that people, and there was often people who would leave a little bit earlier than others just at the end of the session to pick up children or whatever. It gave us a little bit of wriggle room or time at the end where I wasn't doing any new content but recapping. And I've mentioned, and I'm not going to spend any detail on this, but I've mentioned it already, that we actually went, and in the education team at ACCA went further in terms of building an online platform which replicated the real exams that our students are going to take. It includes base content for all of our students and learning providers, and our learning providers themselves can actually add their own content to it as well. Okay, so a couple of things left. First one, engaging with students through social media. Now, this was relatively new to me. It's been over 18 months, maybe 2 years since I was actively involved teaching with a cohort of students. My eyes were opened over the last 6 months listening to current tutors and how much they are using social media platforms and chat apps even more so to engage with their students. whether it's WeChat, whether it's Facebook Messenger, whether it's Viber or Line or WhatsApp or whatever is in your local market. I'm thinking of the right word. I was inspired to hear about how tutors have been using this and engaging with their students. It's often free, quick, can be shared with a group, and really help facilitating building a community. And the students love it. The students really love it. And I've got a question on this in my video where we hear from our students a little bit later, so you'll see what I mean. But the example that I was shown initially was a tutor. This is an ACCA tutor who I've known for many years. And this ACCA tutor is, I would say, his technical capabilities and confidence with technology has always been quite low. But he's moved into the online teaching environment, and he's learned how to use social media messaging. He was using WhatsApp, and he gave me this example. He said, Paul, I got this message in from one of my students. Do we have to always state the exact name stroke number of the accounting standard in the exam? And if so, do we get penalized for stating the wrong number? And how he dealt with that, rather than actually just typing out a reply, he created a small video, he talked to the camera, and he posted it back to the student, but he then posted it back to that student's cohort as well. Really simple to do, but really quite powerful. Well, I think it's time. I think it's time to hear from some ACCA students about their experiences of learning online. So these are students who have all done either all of their studying online or who have taken a blended approach. So had some face-to-face and had some blended, some face-to-face and some online delivery. Rashid, are you able to play the video, please?
Yeah, sure. So the video you want to play is the student perspective, right?
That's the one. Yeah, let's hear from our students. Let's get their perspective, please.
Sure. Okay, so the video should now play.
To be able to speak to your tutors, I think is one of the key parts of all of it. And my experience, I've had emails, WhatsApps, calls, sharing the online classroom just one-to-one.
You had WhatsApp support, which was something very new and very different. I've never seen any tutors using WhatsApp, but the fact that you can look through the messages, WhatsApp, they can give you voice notes, they can send you videos, they can even send you pictures as well, and that proved helpful.
The WhatsApp interaction was very, very good, and because the lecturers could leave voice notes and explain every question in detail, and that's very, very supportive.
Okay, well, I studied using both the live classes and the video classes, and I preferred both of them because both had its pluses and minuses. With the live lectures, I used to have that question that I could straight away ask the tutor rather than holding it back on a piece of paper or on a draft email. The only downside about live lectures was sometimes I used to feel that the
Yeah, so I think we have received a few comments from attendees that they were not able to hear the video initially. So I'm going to replay it. Sorry, Paul. I hope that's okay with you.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
To be able to speak to your tutors, I think is one of the key parts of all of it. And my experience, I've had emails, WhatsApps, calls, sharing the online classroom just one-to-one.
You had WhatsApp support, which was something very new and very different. I've never seen any tutors using WhatsApp, but the fact that you can look through the messages, WhatsApp, they can give you voice notes, they can send you videos, they can even send you pictures as well, and that proved helpful.
The WhatsApp interaction was very, very good. And because the lecturer could leave voice notes and explain every question in detail, and that's very, very supportive.
Okay, well, I studied using both the live classes and the video classes, and I preferred both of them because both had its pluses and minuses. With the live lectures, I used to have that question that I could straight away ask the tutor rather than holding it back on a piece of paper or on a draft email. The only downside about live lectures was sometimes I used to feel that the class used to be slightly slower because some students did not have a chance to do the pre-readings or stuff like that really. So I used to feel that they sometimes you used to go slower because tutor needs to go back to the actual pre-reading and bring up the extracts. I could fast forward if I feel something was I know about it, then I could just fast forward it and start from where I need it to be. I could press the pause button and make my own notes. When I used to watch the videos, I could pause the button, write what I want to write, go back to it and play it.
The flexibility of being online, being able to work at the same time, it's more cost effective than actually going to a classroom, and being able to pick and choose what times of day I study and how I learn it it's much more beneficial to me because I've got family, I've got work, so I can still earn a living, get experience at the same time, and still manage family.
Negative side of it is motivation. You have to be really, really, you have to be able to motivate yourself, set targets for yourself.
Okay, Rashid, I think you've handed back to me.
Yes, Paul. So I think we've heard the feedback of students. So if you can now take over. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that the sound quality on that video wasn't great, and maybe it's just a really good learning point in terms of where you are creating recorded content. It needs to be as good quality as possible. So what I did on that video was add some subtitles. So hopefully you were able to see that. Let me just share my screen again. And I think you've got my screen now.
Yeah, it's visible.
Lovely, thanks, Rashid. So hopefully you took some takeaways. I just want to run through some of the key points. The first question was engaging with your tutor, and whether this is online or whether you're face to face, and perhaps even more so digitally than in the classroom. It's important to engage with your tutor. And the students mentioned many channels there. They talked about email, they talked about using the telephone, they talked about a one-to-one a Teams meeting, they talked about using WhatsApp. There are so many options to be able to engage with your students. It's finding the mechanism that works for you, not trying maybe to do too much, but something which is manageable and allows you to engage. I do think that the expectation from students is greater, especially if they're online and digital only. Maybe expectation, maybe desire is a better word. They want to have some engagement. Even in a classroom, where if I was teaching a class of 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever, by those students being in the same physical place as me, I think maybe they felt a connection and engagement to me in that physical sense. Where we don't have that physical engagement, these students may not have engaged me in one-to-one conversation during my classes, but they felt a physical engagement. Compare that to online where you don't have that. Maybe the expectation is more that there will be more contact from students, between students and their tutors. The second one I thought was very interesting as well. It was a lady who was discussing whether she preferred online classes to be recorded or whether she preferred them to be live. And students will work out what works for them. And I love the way she actually said, yeah, I prefer both. I get a lot out of the live classes because those live classes allow me to interact. But the recorded classes allow me to stop, pause, go back, work it out in my mind, fast forward. So again, taking that point which we talked about earlier as to whether it's best to do a recorded session or whether it's to do something live, think about what you're trying to achieve. Why I studied online? Well, that was really very straightforward. It was flexibility. And I'll raise a question. Because students have maybe tasted the flexibility of digital and online learning, will there now be an expectation that they want to keep that taste of flexibility to some greater or lesser extent in the future, in the new normal, the post-pandemic world? And finally, I think that this lady, and there was a gentleman at the end who just got cut off. What about the challenges of studying online? Well, self-motivation, that's really interesting. How can we as educators help with that education piece? And I think it might go back to the engagement piece that the first question was about. How do we engage with our students? It was mentioned that there sometimes are technical difficulties. Students are incredibly forgiving if you have technical difficulties, just like we had there, Rashid, with the video initially. You know, it happens, but it happens in a classroom. I remember in one of my first teaching classes in a classroom, the overhead projector bulb blew, and it took me a while to find a new one. These things happen. The final comment was that the theme I like. The theme was that some topics are not that interesting. I can't imagine how anyone would say that about the accountancy exams. But if some topics are not that interesting, it's all about the tutors. I started with that idea and I'll end with that idea. That in terms of adapting to digital delivery, the technology is there to assist. It is us, it is the educators who will use that technology to help us reach out, to help us inspire, to help us engage, and to help us get our students, our pupils, our contacts and customers through or to their learning objectives. And that leaves me very warm inside. That leaves me very positive that it's in my control. I have the core teaching knowledge. I have the core teaching skills. And when I'm thinking about adapting to digital delivery, I just need to make some changes and reflect on the changes I make and test new things and ask for feedback. I hope that's given you a little bit of insight and maybe a bit of confidence to try some new things in terms of adapting to digital delivery. My final thought is, and I think it was mentioned in the original setup at the start of the day, I think there's a great opportunity. Of course, there are massive negatives with COVID-19. I see an opportunity here to try and help our students as much as possible. And the use of online technology, the use of digital technology can help in that way. I do think, and I hope, that in the long term, face-to-face absolutely has a place in learning. It absolutely does. But I also think digital has a place, and maybe that place is bigger now than it has been. I think they can both work individually, but I actually think there's probably a wonderful happy medium where we can build powerful online, face-to-face, blended courses as well. I think digital delivery, online learning, and face-to-face can go forward, and we can create fantastic educational resources in the future. Rashid, that is the end of my session.
Thank you very much, Paul. And I can't agree more with you that the future is blended for education. And we had great learnings, and we also saw Murphy's Law in action. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong, especially when we are doing
Absolutely.
something online. But I think it's quite an experience for us. We usually would do counselor symposiums, teacher training workshops. We would book a hotel, we invite people, people will commute to the venue, and you face so many issues when you're in a hotel. But now we have like 1,900 people registering for this webinar from over 87 cities. So kind of diversity that we can bring in the conversation is simply unprecedented. And now we have come to a very important section of this workshop. It's basically an open floor discussion in which we encourage all our attendees, all the teachers who have joined us for this workshop, to share their learnings, their experiences, and their challenges. And this exchange of ideas, this exchange of challenges will enable us to network and come up with the solutions. We can share our experiences, what didn't work for us, and how we dealt with it. So we will open the floor for you. You can raise your hands if you want to say anything. You can raise your hands now and we will unmute you and you will be able to speak. So it is now your time to have your say, and you can raise your hands. So we'll wait for people to raise their hands, but I can see Sarah Corcoran has already joined us, and we have also been joined by Mehvish Kareem. Both the trainers will be delivering their sessions very shortly. So we can try. Sarah, can you unmute yourself if you're still listening to us?
I'm unmuted. Rishi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. So if I ask you, what have you, what has been the biggest learning for you during the pandemic as a person who's involved in education sector? So what would your response be?
Do you know, my biggest learning has been, I think Paul mentioned it earlier. I'm just going to share my cam so you can see me, was people's ability to adapt at very short notice to doing everything online. So I'm going to talk a bit later about what we've done at ACCA to continue to offer our exams. And we've had thousands of students at very short notice adapting from a traditional environment, going to an exam centre, to doing exams at home with remote, something we call remote invigilation, and I'll talk about that a bit later. So my big learning has been the speed at which people can adapt when necessity calls.
Perfect. I think I totally agree with you there. So Paul, how would you respond to this question? What has been the biggest learning for you as an individual trainer, as well as a person who is associated with ACCA?
Again, I'll pick up and maybe extend on Sarah's point in terms of that adaptability. It really has shown that both, and it's not simply the students, it's everybody. Everybody has had to adapt to the new normal. Everybody has been impacted to a greater or lesser extent, and just has got on with it and been able to adapt their own specific circumstances. I've been absolutely astounded is the wrong word. It's delighted when we ran one of our webinars where we asked tutors from around the world to share some examples of their online teaching that we could share with others. What I found was we had a community there. And the community of tutors was coming together. And historically, tutors, certainly in my experience, would often maybe not want to share everything with others because they wanted to keep maybe their best ideas for themselves. But I found the collaboration was fantastic. So I think we have got a community of educators, and the more we can share ideas, the more we can share our concepts, the more we can help each other, then the better our industry becomes and the better our profession becomes as a whole.
Totally right. So we have a lot of hands raised, and we will now unmute some of the attendees so they can share their experiences. If you haven't raised your hand, you can raise your hand now and we'll give you an opportunity to speak. And in Pakistan, we've seen great examples of resilience, people making their own, makeshift studios at home, people who, used Zoom for the very first time, people who thought they just don't need internet at home. So there are a lot of great stories from Pakistan. So we have Sumaira Khan who's joined us. So we'll request Sumaira to speak. We've unmuted you, Sumaira. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we are not able to unmute Sumaira. Probably she's not ready at the moment. We can go to Sana Rais. But Sana Rais is not connected with the correct audio. Okay, we can try more people. We have, all right, we have Zarmina Sara. Probably we can try Zarmina right now. Okay, I've sent a request to Zarmina. Zarmina Sara Ghazal Iftikhar, if you can unmute yourself and try speaking. Sometimes even teachers are a bit shy. No?
हेलो
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, yes, we can hear you. तो आप बताइएगा ज़मीना, आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा teaching online, pandemic में? What were your challenges and learnings?
First of all, Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. I'm Zarmina from Karachi, and I think I totally agree with ma'am that we have adapted to the new normal. That's the right word. कि सब बच्चों को बताना कि बेटा ये अब नॉर्मल है, जो चीजें हम लोग ऑनलाइन पढ़ रहे हैं, you have to adapt it, and आपको कुछ नहीं समझ आता तो हम आपको पहले समझाएंगे, and we have to learn ourselves also. We had to.
Totally
But
agree.
we had to actually teach the parents also, because in our school I teach 6th and 7th graders, and by nature they quickly learn new things, but I had to teach their parents also, so that because in our Zoom classes their parents used to sit with them, and they used to come in between the sessions and say कि अच्छा हमें भी बताएं ये कैसे होता है, how you do it, and we just adapted in this thing within a few months, within a few weeks actually.
Very very good. बहुत शुक्रिया. आप कौन से
Thank
स्कूल
you.
में पढ़ाती हैं?
Sir, I teach in Army Public School,
Karachi.
APS South. Yes, sir, Karachi.
Thank you very much. So we
You're welcome.
have Uruj Farhat with us. Uruj, we've sent you a request. If you can unmute yourself, और आप अगर अपना experience हमसे share करें, how has pandemic treated you? Okay, I think Uruj is not ready at the moment. We can go to Sayyida Mariam. Sayyida Mariam, if you are able to unmute yourself, और आप अगर शेयर करना चाहें, what has been the learnings with you?
Assalamualaikum. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Over to you.
Okay. Now, what I have learned in these pandemic days, the teachers can do miracles. Like most of the teachers were not literate, and they have learned so many things sitting at home. They learned how to use Zoom and other apps just to teach the kids.
Yeah, बिल्कुल ये हमेशा टू वे लर्निंग होती है कि आप इट्स नॉट क्या you're teaching yourself, आप पढ़ा भी रहे हैं और साथ में आप पढ़ भी रहे होते हैं. You learn something new every day as a teacher. So मैं आपसे बिल्कुल अग्री करता हूँ. And where are you from?
Yes, I'm from Army Public School, South Malikant.
मलिक कैंट. बहुत शुक्रिया आपका, आपने अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर किया. हमारे साथ सना रजा हैं. सना को हम अनम्यूट करने की कोशिश करते हैं. सना रजा, if you can unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. Hope you all are well. I'm Sana Raza from Karachi, City School University Road campus. Actually, it was a very good experience when we have started or when we have switched from face-to-face learning to the online learning. So initially we face a lot of problem, to force parents, to force students to attend virtual classes. But after, when other situations get better and better, and later on the parent and the society and the students adapt all the new strategies. Besides it, we have already learned how to go for AFL, how to judge students learning, how we can delocate the students weak area. We have already used different kind of strategies. We have used different applications, including different tests or websites. And the very best thing which we are using, like in city school, we have already introduced with century training, in which students they are able to get their own nuggets, and they can just these nuggets have been provided with these to these students, so it can meet, or it can will be helpful for the student.
Right. I think we've lost your voice. But लेकिन बहुत अच्छा आपने experience share किया. Thank you very much. And we move on. We have more people. We have Sehrish Fawad. So let's try to unmute Sehrish Fawad. Sehrish, can you hear? If you would like to share your experience. Gee, I think Sehrish is having trouble. We have Kausar Parveen. I can try to unmute Kausar. Kausar, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, जी कौसर आप एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कीजिएगा. आप ये बताइए what has been the biggest challenge, सबसे बड़ा challenge क्या रहा और आपने उसके साथ कैसे deal किया as a school
Yes,
or as an individual teacher?
I think it was very exciting for me. I'm telling you that I am having an age of more than 50, and you can imagine that in this age, I'm not very much literate about computer and all these kinds of things. Okay, but as soon as the pandemic came, so we also switched on to Zoom classes as well as online assignments and the checkings and so many other things which were totally computer based. So you can imagine that a person who was not very much used to of computer, not very much used to of doing things with the, you can say, digital literacy, so how can she be feel? It was a great challenge for me, and I thought that I need to be prove myself being a teacher, because if I'm not going to do so, I cannot survive in this world. Because nowadays the time is coming with where people are switching towards global thinking, and people are switching towards computer era. So but I'm telling you that when I attended the Zoom classes and I have an interaction with students, that was marvelous. You can't imagine. I was thinking that in Pakistan, children and as well as I was not able to do so, but that was great opportunity, and I saw that students' responses were excellent. They were feeling pride and happy to respond in front of me, in front of all other teachers who are teaching them. And I'm telling you that their response is even more better than the classes, as they were not in front of us. They cannot see our faces, they cannot see the facial features of the teacher. Okay, and you can also imagine that the teacher is not standing in front of them, so the fear that they were having in their mind was not there. So I think so they are showing more firmness, they are showing more positivity, they are showing more interest in online classes as well as they were doing in their regular classes. And they are also sharing their things, the feelings they were having in their minds, the feelings they have in their hearts, and the things they are looking at all around. They are giving us examples as well, which are very close to their learning outcomes. So I think it was a very, very nice experience, and I love it to do.
Perfect, fantastic. और आप कौन से शहर से हमें ज्वाइन कर रही हैं?
Yes, from Karachi, and I'm also from APS South Malir Kent.
Very good, very good. Okay, thank you very much. अब हम चाहेंगे कि और टीचर से हम पूछें. So let me try and unmute the next teacher, Sumaya Batul, right? जी, Sumaya को हम try करें. I'm trying to unmute her. Sumaya, if you can hear and if you want to share anything. I think she's not ready at the moment. We can try some other teacher. Okay, we have Nighat. Nighat, आप अगर unmute करके if you want to share something. Okay. I think Nighat is not ready. Sabah Nayyar को try करते हैं. Sabah, if you're able to speak. Yeah.
Hope you can hear me clearly.
जी जी बिल्कुल clearly आपकी आवाज आ रही है. अपना पहले introduction करवाइएगा and then I'll ask you a question.
Okay, I'm currently teaching ECCA students. I'm from Peshawar, Scans. And recently I've taken a semester break due to some reasons. But in the last pandemic, I started teaching students. Initially, it was lockdown. So there was no media for me to write to the students. I really coped with it by using MS Word or Excel. But once I got the grip of a pen and a board, as said earlier by the tutor, it was a great experience for me. I was able to put my ideas very easily through the pen and the board, and the students got it so clearly with time. They adapted themselves, and I by myself adapted myself to the new change, to the new requirement of our studies.
Right. So the question I have for you, as a teaching community, how do you benefit from the network that you have? क्योंकि आप when you're teaching at an institute, so you have other teachers. पहले तो आप you meet every day, but now since during the lockdown we were not able to meet our colleagues. So how did that help the network? Did you create a WhatsApp group, or how were
Yeah,
you sharing your learning?
very supportive. Our college was very supportive. The coordinators, they guided me. The principal was always there. We had well, we still are having a WhatsApp group. We shared our ideas through it. If I needed any guidance, the coordinator would take a one-to-one session with me. They guided me how to use the new technology. So from my college side, I was supported very well. We still have a WhatsApp group. I used to message my teachers, my principal, whenever if I had any sort of difficulty. So we solved it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. आपने अपना experience share किया. We have Farida Karbalai. Farida, I'm trying to unmute you if you can, if you want to share your experience. please do so.
Hello, yes, I was teaching at the Oxford School in Dubai. When the pandemic started, I was teaching O levels.
Right.
And interestingly, I was teaching boys, and they were a handful in the class. But when it came to online teaching, they were my greatest asset. Boys are tech savvy, and they were helping me out all the time. But being a teacher, I had to keep a step ahead of them. So it was a great learning experience. We had all the ideas that we could share. We used Word, Excel, PowerPoint. We even did online activities. We started with Zoom, then we switched on to Teams, and we used all the apps. We were able to use all the applications, Padlets. We use Padlets. We use Kahoot. We use Socrates, so that EFL as well as online assessment could go on. And it was a wonderful experience.
So what has been the feedback of your students? How did they respond? Were they happy, satisfied, or they were reluctant to continue online? They were just waiting for schools to reopen. So what has been, if you want to analyze the sentiments overall of your students?
I think there
Yeah,
was
Farida?
more relaxation learning online because there was no pressure of being the first to answer. Like Paul said that on chat, they were able to give them their own answers. So they
Yeah.
could take their
So
time.
people are more responsive.
They're still in touch with me on WhatsApp. They email me for any queries, and
Yeah.
they're more responsive as well as more responsible of their own learning now. Teacher is not there with them, but she is available. So that 7 to 2 o'clock restriction is also not there. They can contact the teacher at any time, and then they know that the teacher will respond eventually. So the time restriction is gone, the pressure of peer pressure is gone, responsibility has increased. So overall, it's a positive experience that if they are not in the classroom, they're still learning. So learning goes on. Just like show must go on, learning must go on.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you very much. And
I
Paul,
hope you can hear me.
is it? Yeah, we were able to hear you. Very good feedback from you. Thank you very much for sharing your experience. I think the biggest takeaway from her feedback, Paul, was that online learning is great if you want to develop autonomous learners. You don't need a stick in your hand all the time. Now the next generation of learners will be autonomous. They'll be responsible for their own progress. If they want to wake up late, they can. They want to study in the evening, they can. So it's more flexible, and the future is definitely of autonomous learners. So we have Sirat Zehra. Sirat, I'm trying to unmute you if you want to share your
Yes.
experience.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Sirat. Go ahead.
My name is Seeraj Zara, and I'm from APS South Millicant, again, the same team. Um, all right, so I've started working. I've just joined school. I've started working after a year's break. And it was a whole new world to me when I went back to working. Everything has changed from where I left working to where I began working again. What I understand and what I've seen and experienced is being used. It has opened so many other doors of information, which were just and young boys, girls, all of them were using it. But with teachers connecting with
I think we've lost her voice, but I think, yeah, I think she's back. Can you try again? No, I think we're not able to hear her. Sorry for that. Let's try to unmute Nabil or Rahman. Nabil, are you able to share your experience? If you want to, please.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम, थैंक यू वेरी मच, आपने ज्वाइन किया। सो आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा आफ्टर पेंडेमिक? आपने किस तरह क्लासेस को कंटिन्यू किया? व्हाट वाज द फीडबैक? चैलेंजेस क्या थे और आपने उनका किस तरह उनको फेस किया?
सर फर्स्टली हम लोग जब ऑनलाइन क्लास ले रहे थे तो काफ़ी टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स को ऑनलाइन क्लासेस का बिल्कुल पता नहीं था।
राइट।
और ये था कि व्हाट्सएप के अकाउंट्स भी नहीं बने थे, तो हम लोग ने बच्चों को और उनके पेरेंट्स को व्हाट्सएप का अकाउंट बनाना सिखाया और ऑनलाइन क्लासेस में बताया कि कैसे लेते हैं। फिर उनको असाइनमेंट ऑनलाइन, जैसे हमारी एक वेबसाइट है AIS आर्मी पब्लिक स्कूल की, तो बच्चे वहाँ पर सेंड करते थे, हम लोग डाउनलोड करते थे वहाँ से असाइनमेंट और चेक करके उनको रिटर्न करते थे। तो ये हम लोग बनाते थे पावर पॉइंट के ऊपर, फिर उसके अंदर हम आवाज़ डालते थे अपनी, जैसे ना रिकॉर्डिंग करते थे, तो इसमें 6 आवर लग जाता था एक वीडियो का। फिर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हम बनाते रहे, 15 वीक्स गुजर गए हमें। तो अब ये है कि हम ये कह सकते हैं और स्टूडेंट्स खुद कहते हैं कि सर जो वीडियोस यूट्यूब पर हैं उससे बेहतर आप बना रहे हैं माशाल्लाह। तो ये बहुत एक सेटिस्फाइंग है एज अ टीचर मेरे लिए।
वेरी गुड, थैंक यू वेरी मच नबील, आपने शेयर किया अपना एक्सपीरियंस। और उन schools that didn't have the learning management system, now they have an exciting library of very good lectures, plus they have their own LMS. So we move to Rimsha Faryad. We'll try to unmute her. Rimsha, if you want to share your experience with the audiences today.
Hello, I'm audible to all?
Yes, we can hear you, Rimsha. आप बताइएगा आपका कैसा रहा एक्सपीरियंस और आपका एक brief introduction. Where are you from?
My name is Rimsha Farad. I'm from Sialkot, APS Marala region, and I want to share my experience that I am belongs to management system. I'm the wing coordinator of my pre-wing now. So at senior classes we have conducted the Zoom classes as well as we have make the videos and we have uploaded on the YouTube channel as well. So with the passage of time, firstly it's very difficult and challenging to accept it and to make the groups and to involve the students, to engage the students in groups and to engage them. At very first we have faced that problem, that because the APS Maralabagi region, it's well furnished, but it's located in a local area, so it's very challenging to involve them, to engage them, to accept it. At first we are facing it. The very first thing that we have, because I am belong to pre-wing now, so it's very difficult to engage the pre-students. So very first that we have did, we have involved their parents first, and we have conducting the live sessions on WhatsApp, and we have make the groups, and it's very challenging to make the group at first and then make the timetables, and after the we have applied the SOPs on our schools as well, and it's very challenging and hard and harsh to make the timetables of them. So it's very difficult for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was a great point there, Paul, that online learning is probably feasible for a cross section in a society, but it's not feasible for everyone, you know. So people who are at the lower end of the pyramid, people who don't have access to internet or don't have multiple devices at home, don't have a quiet room. So there are a lot of challenges, and teachers, I think, showed extreme resilience in terms of convincing them, providing them the support that they needed. So thank you very much for sharing your learnings with us today. We have Shabana Qadir. Shabana, I'm trying to unmute you if you want to share your learnings with our community today.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Shabana Qadir from Bahawalpur.
Bahawalpur, yep.
जी, मुझे इसका एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा रहा। बस यूं कहें कि स्टूडेंट को सिखाते सिखाते हम लोग खुद भी बहुत कुछ सीख गए। ये सिर्फ ऐसा था कि हम बिल्कुल नहीं जानते थे कि इस पे काम करना कैसा होगा, लेकिन हाँ, काम करने के बाद बहुत मजा आया। खासकर जूम पे काम करने के बाद बहुत कुछ सीखा और मेरे लिए बिल्कुल नई चीज थी,
राइट।
क्योंकि मैं तो सिर्फ कंप्यूटर जानती ही नहीं थी, इसलिए मेरे लिए ये बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा।
थैंक यू वेरी मच शिवाना, आपने बहुत अच्छा हमें बताया। अगर कोई एक आपको कहें कि सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या था आपके लिए और आपने उसको कैसे डील किया? I think we've lost Shabana. Sorry for that. So we go to Samin Akhtar. We try to unmute Samin. Samin, can you hear? I think Samin is not ready, so we'll move to Saida Khan. Saida, are you able to hear us? And if you want to share your experience? Okay, we can move to Rahila Parveen.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Rahila. Thank you very much. आप
No,
कोई experience share करना चाहें?
sir, I am
What
Saida
has been?
Khan. Hello, sir. I am Saida Khan from Balochistan, Quetta.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much. आपने बलूचिस्तान से हमें ज्वाइन किया है. So आप बताइएगा आपकी कैसी गुजरी during lockdown?
I myself, I am happy to deal with the students in a proper formal way. We are facing
Right.
some problems.
So what are those problems, if you want to share?
The pandemic issues, COVID issues, but the children and parents are happy that we are still struggling to teach them online, because here inside Balochistan, the parents and the students are facing some issues on online classes.
Right. So there are
But all,
challenges. लेकिन अगर मुस्तकबिल में आपको choice दी जाए, you're given a choice, would you go with online plus in-person learning, या आप सिर्फ in-person learning पे you would want to focus? Do you think blended model की तरफ आप जाना चाहोगी in the future?
ठीक है, online से चल जाएगा.
Right. Thank you very much. हम चलते हैं पारस की तरफ. Paras has joined us. I'm trying to unmute you, Paras, if you can hear, and if you want to share your experience. I think Paras is not able to speak, so we go to other. Yeah, we can hear somebody who there with us.
बोला तो सही ना.
I think we have Khalda Mushtaq को हम. जी, Khalida, can you hear us? Okay, we are muting our previous
Assalamualaikum.
panelist.
Assalamualaikum.
जी वालेकुम सलाम. हमारे पास दो
Hello.
लोग हैं. जी आप अपना नाम बताइएगा प्लीज. जी जी आपकी आवाज आ रही है. आप अपना नाम बताइएगा.
You start from F6 Melfi.
जी जी we can hear you. Can you
Army
please
Public
say?
School in College.
जी जी आर्मी पब्लिक स्कूल से आपने ज्वाइन किया.
Khalida
आपका नाम क्या
Mushtaq.
है? जी खालदा. सो आप कोई
Khalida
अपना
Mushtaq.
जी खालदा आप अपना एक्सपीरियंस कोई शेयर करना चाहें विद द
Sir,
अटेंडिंग.
yes, I want to share. Um, um,
प्लीज गो अहेड.
Sir, I have first time experience online classes.
I have no mobile during my school time, and during online classes, I have purchased my mobile uh, to uh, to start online classes.
Wow, that's brilliant. और खालदा आपने हमें कहाँ से ज्वाइन किया है, किस शहर से?
F6 Melsi, Army Public School and College System, Melsi.
मेलसी, ठीक है. It is district मुल्तान.
No, district Vihari.
District Vihari. Thank you very much, Khalda, आपने share किया हमारे साथ. So, Paul, it was very interesting what Khalda shared with us. She said she did not even have a mobile phone before the pandemic. It was the first time that she purchased a mobile phone to deliver her online classes. So, it's a good story that how digital adoption has been at the fore during the pandemic. So let's move to one more person. Let's try Iram Khan. Iram Khan ko hum, sorry, Iram Farah नाज को हम ज्वाइन करने की कोशिश करते हैं. फरा को हमने अनम्यूट किया. फरा, are you able to hear us? And if you want to share your experience. I think Farah is having difficulty. We go to Sara Sara से पहले हमारे पास लोगों ने हाथ, the people who've raised hands. We have Lee Cornelius. Lee, are you able to hear us? If you want to share your experience. Lee Cornelius. I don't think Mr. Cornelius is able to speak. I'm trying to unmute him again. Lee, are
Hello.
you able to? Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Is it
Walaikum
Miss
assalam.
Cornelius?
It is Leah Cornelius.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Leah.
No
Please, if you
problem.
want to
No
share your
problem.
experience and a brief introduction, where are you from?
I am from APS EME campus Rawalpindi,
Right.
and I would like to share that I am a teacher as well as a mother of two. I
Yeah.
have a 1 3 grader and a 5 grader, and it was very challenging for me to accommodate both my students and my children. So I
Right.
had a very difficult time because I was not very proficient with the computers and all. So my son was a great help. He helped me a lot. He knows a lot about computers. I got to know that in this time. So he helped me, and then our school management, they arranged a week-long workshops for us to teach us about Zoom and how to use it and how to be proficient with that. So now I can manage my children as well as my students. So it has been great.
Thank you very much, Leah, for joining us. Since in the best interest of time, I think we will end this open floor discussion right now. And as I can see, we have already been joined by our next trainer, Fazila Goplani, who is joining us from the United Arab Emirates. Fazila is the head of ACCA Middle East. She is responsible for the entire Middle East region for ACCA. She is a professional accountant herself, originally from the United Kingdom, currently working in the UAE, and she will share with us about what are the future of careers. So if you are teaching, so you have to keep in mind what the product that you're developing, where that product will be consumed, what are the requirements of industry. So hello, Fazila, we can see you now, but you're
Yeah,
still
you
on.
can't hear me. Yeah. Sorry. Hi, how are you?
I am great. Thank you very much for joining us. So It's time for your session. So it's a keynote, career planning post COVID-19. What does it mean to be future ready in the new normal? So without further ado, I hand over microphone to you and you can start presenting now.
Right, Rashid, just a few technical things. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it. You have to put it on full screen.
Okay, give me a second. Yeah. Yeah, give me 1 second, yeah?
Sure, take your time. All right, so Fazila will be delivering this very important session on the future of careers. As a teacher, it's our responsibility that we counsel our students on the careers of the future, so they are future ready and they can be, make more informed decisions when it comes to careers. People, individuals who graduate after matriculation or intermediate, most of the time they are clueless of where they're heading, the direction they're taking. They just follow suit. They see people joining engineering colleges or medical colleges without assessing their personal aptitude or their interests or the requirements of the industry. They just go with the wind and they end up with some failures in their careers. So it's very important that as teachers, you have the knowledge of what industry requires from the professionals and what are, okay, so we have someone speaking in the background, not sure who, so I'll try.
Rashid, are you able to put my slides up for me, please?
Sure, I'll try that. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'd sent them earlier. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. Excellent. That will work much better. So would you like me to start while you put the presentation up?
Yep, please proceed.
Fantastic. Great. Assalamu alaikum and welcome to so many educators from 67 cities in Pakistan and more countries across the world, I think. I heard from Rashid earlier. My name is Fazila Gopalani, and it's a pleasure to be here today to talk about future ready careers in 2020. I am the head of ACCA for the Middle East, and I'm also an ACCA member myself since 2004. So moving on to the next slide, my presentation today is going to be talking about a research report and talking a little bit about these unprecedented times that we're in and what are the future of careers. I'm also a mother of 2 children, 2 teenage children, who I keep sitting and thinking, what career would I direct them and guide them into? And so many of the things that I'm going to be talking about today are not just of me as a head of ACCA for the Middle East or being a professional accountant. It is something that I am very passionate about and that I would be encouraging my own children to pursue. Even though I come from a family of accountants, my father was an accountant, I'm an accountant, and I always say definitely my children will be accountants or business people or finance professionals. So during these unprecedented times of change and looking ahead at this new normal that we're in right now, what's important to understand is that the breadth of vision, expertise, and skills embodied in the modern day business, finance, accounting function cannot be underestimated. The disruptions that every business professional is facing, whether they work in a big multinational or in a SME client, are many. And something that I know all of you will know about is that change is the new normal that we're in right now. If we move on to the next slide, the report that I will be talking about shows how the accounting profession is a future-proof career choice. Many of the professionals that are on this webinar right now, you are impacting children's lives. They come to you to seek advice. and you look at what their strengths are, what their passions are, where they want to go in their career, in their life, what is it that they want to achieve, and you are that source of guidance to them. And therefore, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today to be able to give you some extra knowledge about what is the world of finance and accounting in front of us. So the report I'm going to talk about shows how the accountancy profession is a future-proof career choice. And that's very important key words there, future-proof. You know, nowadays, everybody's talking about artificial intelligence and robots, and people think that, you know, will this career be here in 10 to 15 years? Will this job be available in 10 to 15 years if robots are here? And what's really important is to understand that I've always found this profession, the accounting and business and finance profession, to be open with opportunities, whether that's for employers or professionals themselves. After all, finance is the global language of business. If you think about the world out there, every sector, every industry, at the end of the day, even a school is trying to make a profit. And if you're not trying to make a profit, you're trying to make enough money to reinvest into the organization. So finance is the global language of business. And at a time when we need trust in reporting and trust in financial systems on which we all rely, more now than ever, we need the skills of finance professionals. We need finance professionals who are perfectly placed as the leaders who can future-proof business and organizations. And this demand is being led by the fourth industrial revolution, with innovation and change happening at an unprecedented rate. This revolution is powered by good financial and business management, which remains the lifeblood of sustainable businesses, governments, and economies. ACCA business professionals provide this, sitting at the heart of organizations, driving ethical decision-making in fast-changing environments. As more organizations, and moving on to the next slide, as more organizations move from profit to purpose, the talent of accountants and business professionals are guiding decisions and tracking progress to help them do just this. Think about this. Today, organizations don't just have to generate enough financial return. They have to be better corporate citizens too. And isn't that what you all teach in the education system? ACCA finance professionals with their unique skills and competencies are best placed to advise and lead the journey towards more purpose-led organizations. And thanks to digital advances like automation, artificial intelligence, machine learning, there is indeed a growing demand for professional accountants because of their analytical, ethical, and strategic thinking capabilities. All over the world, finance and business professionals, people just like me, hold multifaceted rewarding roles and make decisions about the commercial, social, and environmental impacts of their organizations. Evidence that choosing accounting and business and finance allows individuals to make a difference and open multiple career paths. You know, just to add here a little bit, gone are those days where we think all accountants do is debit, credit, sit down and produce financial statements. The role of finance and business professionals is so much more than that. And the career prospects that open up to an individual are enormous. So many doors of opportunities open up to people who have this basic skill set, the global language of being able to understand the numbers. So on to our next slide. Through our global research program, we know that technology and digital developments are rapidly impacting the global economy. Digital advances particularly are transforming the very fabric of business and organizations. But there are other forces at play too, transforming the world of work, not just in the future, but right now. And let's think about some of these: globalization, protectionism, changing expectations of individuals in the workplace, shifting social morals and values, new types and levels of connectivity and demographics. In the face of all of this change, a clear imperative facing organizations is to survive and to be financially sustainable for the longer term. And that means a lot more than just basic accounting functions. There's a lot more scrutiny. Organizations don't just have to generate sufficient financial return, but they've got to be, as I said earlier, better corporate citizens. Sustainable businesses are, after all, the very lifeblood of a sustainable economy and a sustainable planet. Now, as we look forward to the next decade, and isn't that what you are all interested in as educators? What is going to happen in the next 10 years? Those O-level, A-level students, those university students, they look up to you to know what is going to happen, what career paths are going to be available to them. And I believe that it's imperative that you see that there are golden opportunities in the business and accounting profession, opportunities to adapt and play its future part in building and protecting businesses and organizations for the longer term. It's also an opportunity to repurpose our profession for the modern world of work. Particularly here, I think there is a real opportunity to transform the profession into the minds of this younger generation that are coming into the workplace, who may not properly appreciate what a career in accounting and business truly means. You've got to make them understand that the accounting and business and finance world is a lot more than what it used to be. If we look at the next slide, I mentioned that digital advances particularly are reshaping the global economy and changing the face of today's workplace. For businesses of all sizes and across all sectors, it is transforming channels to market, changing how organizations deliver products and services, providing new opportunities to engage differently with customers, and dismantling barriers to entry into markets. Disruptive competitors are appearing from nowhere and challenging long-held corporate positions of market dominance. Think about this. 10 to 15 years ago, did Netflix exist? No, we didn't. If we wanted to watch movies, what did we do? We used to go to the video shop to get videos to watch, right? Then it moved on to DVDs. And now, if you think about the COVID-19 and the coronavirus and lockdown, can you imagine how many households have had access to Amazon Prime or Netflix? Students need to understand that the future of business and business models are changing. And challenges faced by businesses can't all be solved just by digital. These dynamics also require a refocus on a wider capabilities core to the organization that are beyond digital. And what do they include? Human capital. As organizations continue to adapt and change, we believe the profession will also have to change in response, and different skills are needed. We have to rethink, how are we going to work together? How are we going to operate in teams? I mean, I just heard on this webinar just a few minutes ago about somebody who didn't even have a phone and who got a phone during COVID, people who didn't even understand how to use Zooms, and all of us are now on Zoom. We've all had to adapt, we've all had to be agile, and we've all had to change. We've all are now working very differently than we did pre-COVID. And what we've got to think about is guiding our students across the world to understand that digital is not going to take over life. We still are humans, we still talk to each other, but that the pace of work is going to change. The way of doing work is going to change. And you know those jobs for life concept that our fathers and our fathers' fathers had? They also are a relic of the past. Previously, you'd go into one organization and you'd work with them for 20, 30, 40 years until you retire. Even that is going to change. And you now see the younger generation wanting to try different things, wanting to find their purpose, and wanting to make a change and have an impact in whichever sector and organization they work for. Moving on to the next slide, there are many other factors impacting the future of work, and particularly impacting the future of careers in the finance world. Now, in our research, we identified 20 trends that are shaping the work as we look forward. Now, I don't have time to talk about all 20, and we have an excellent report. If any of you wanted to access that report, I'm sure Rashid will share the link to this report in the chat box. But I am just going to pull out a few of these that I think are key and that I think are important for you to recognize. I've already talked about automation. So perhaps you're not going to be surprised to see that on this slide as one of the key trends shaping our future. There are two things that I'd like to say about automation. Firstly, let's not forget, it isn't an entirely new phenomenon. We have had automation in the business and accounting world for some time. But we're seeing the scale of automation possibilities increasing with the advent, particularly of robotic technologies. And we believe this will be further complemented with the new emerging technologies, MTech, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing. And I've already briefly mentioned how important that nexus between technologies and humans is as we look forward. So let's look at a few of the other trends. New emerging communication tools and technologies will change how we connect and work together, driving even quicker communication possibilities. This hyperconnectivity will provide accountants with new possibilities for sharing, connecting, empowering, and challenging and adding value to organizations of all sizes, sectors, virtually and instantaneously across the globe. Think about this. I'm sitting here in Dubai talking to so many of you from across the world and majorly in a country such as Pakistan. So beyond technology, we also see other key drivers of change. We believe there is a growing aspiration for people to want to have meaning and purpose in their careers, particularly this new generation that all of you are dealing with, Generation Z, or the digital natives coming into the profession. I heard somebody talk about how their child helped them understand technology and use Zoom. I mean, the same thing with me. Some of us who are a bit older are sort of dinosaurs with technology, and it is our children that are actually helping us adapt and learn and progress and become more digitally savvy. Another key trend shaping the focus of future roles and careers in the profession has to be data. One thing I ask for all of you attendees is, if you go away from this webinar, from this day to day where you've been online listening to various speakers, it is to recognize the importance of data and stress that to your students. Data, as they say, is the new oil, and I will reference that to oil because I do live and work in the Middle East region. But in this information age that we're in, we believe data possibilities will reshape so many different sectors and businesses and industries and provide new opportunities to help businesses grow and add value. The changing nature of teams across the profession is going to be a key development. And more organizations are rightly recognizing the importance of the inclusivity agenda. So, some really big trends that are shaping the look and feel of careers in the future. Two most important ones I take away from here is technology, automation, the sense of purpose, and of course, data. Moving on to the next slide. So our research identified 5 zones of career opportunity for professionals over the next decade that are directly linked to building a sustainable organization for the future. The research suggests that as careers adapt across these 5 areas of opportunity, this will drive the need to acquire new skills. And we will continue to see new and different ways to learn to support this change. So many of you educators are thinking about what are the new skill sets that these new students, your students need. So I just wanted to talk a little bit briefly about the ACCA professional quotas, the 7 must-have capabilities needed in a changing environment as different career journeys evolve. We believe these capabilities are more relevant than ever as we now look forward to the next decade. The quotients, as you can see there on the slide, represent the ever-changing mix of capabilities needed by professionals as the profession continues to transition and as roles and career paths evolve. So increasingly, as career paths become more diverse, as individuals continue to learn new skills and reimagine their working lives, as organizations change and new business models emerge, individuals may well navigate their careers across different zones too. Different skills are needed across these zones in particular roles. So what I found really interesting, and which I think this slide many of you will like, if we move on to the next slide, is to have a closer look at these opportunities. I would like all of you to take a photograph from your phone of these 5 zones of future career opportunity. Because when the nowadays students talk about, oh, I don't want to be in business, I don't want to be in finance, I don't want to be a boring old accountant, actually, that's not the roles that are needed, right? We have to look further into what sort of roles are going to be needed in the future. And what we're calling them are these 5. Now, one of them is called the assurance advocate. Here, we're championing the role of professional accountants in providing assurance as to the sustainability of organizations. We see the rising importance of activities such as effective risk management, being forward-looking, technology-driven future audit practices, sound internal control. These activities are fundamental activities to building and protecting businesses for the longer term. The next term that you could use with your students is the business transformer. This is a truly emerging opportunity for professionals. And what you've got to think about is one obvious area in particular is the rapid transformation of smaller businesses and firms that are digitally transforming clients' businesses. This is the smaller businesses and firms reimagined as a true business advisor with refocusing service around business growth and strategic vision. Imagine telling a child, do you want to be a data navigator? The data navigator, as I mentioned before, is how data possibilities will reshape the roles. We expect growing areas of opportunity for professionals such as business partner, analysts, using growing multi-rich data sets to better inform strategic decision-making and forward-looking insight that helps support and sustain businesses. So think about this, increasingly data shifts fundamentally from being big to being smart as these emerging technologies mine information differently. What about telling your student you could be a digital playmaker? We know that technology transformation is the key to driving sustainable growth. Professionals with the ACCA qualification have real opportunities to champion technology in finance teams and across wider businesses. As technology changes, they will have new opportunities to develop deeper digital expertise or technology implementation and change programs. And then think about being called the sustainability trailblazer. This is at the heart of performance management. Here, they will play a future key role in establishing reporting frameworks that capture, evaluate, and report on the activities that truly drive value in ways that are more meaningful and transparent to the outside world. So when your students come to you and ask you, am I going to be a boring old accountant? You can explain to them that there is a world of opportunities, different career paths that are available to those who study as a foundation accounting and finance and a business qualification. So if we move on to the next slide, ACCA is the world's most forward-thinking accounting body, and we believe that accountancy is vital for economies to grow and prosper, which is why we work all over the world to build the profession and make society fairer and more transparent. And when you explain this to a student to show them that what is the accounting profession, this is when they start thinking that they've got more of a sense of purpose and a more of a sense of reason to go into this profession. If we move on to the next slide, a little bit, and I'm sure you already know, about ACCA that was established more than 100 years ago with 219,000 members, 527,000 students, 101 offices in 57 countries, and is present in 179 countries in the world. That truly shows you how global this qualification is. I live and work in the Middle East, and there are so many Pakistani ACCA students, affiliates, and members who are working across different sectors and organizations in the Middle East region. If you move on to the next slide, Rashid, thank you. So what do we see here? What I see is that when a student studies the ACCA qualification, they are indeed working on building themselves up as leaders. ACCA accountants understand teamwork and understand how to maximize opportunities. If you can just press next, and what happens, there's some extra, sort of banners that come up, Rashid, thank you. We understand sustainability. We challenge people to think ahead and make ethical decisions. Again, the next one. We speak the global language of business, and we know that finance, numbers is that global language. And the one more you're going to press, we're more than just the numbers. Do you know, a lot of students have come up to me in my 12 years in this region in education saying, do I have to be good at maths to be an accountant? No, don't have to be a genius at maths to be a good business, finance, or accounting professional. You know, we're more than just the numbers, and that's what's important to get across to these students that are now deciding what is it that they want to do with their life and their future career. So if we move on to the next slide, Rashid. If we look here, many of you educators will be thinking about what are the other skill sets that are needed by finance and business professionals of the future. And they're not just the technical and ethical. That's at the core. But what we can see is that individuals need to be creative. They need to have emotional skills, EI, emotional intelligence. They need to be digitally savvy. They need to have experience, and they need to have that bigger picture and the vision of what it is they're trying to do and where it is that organizations are trying to go. So if we move on to the next slide, how does all of this link together? Now, an accountant will need to be competent across a broad range of skills and abilities and flex these according to the work they are doing, the client they are working with, or the advice that is needed. And as we can see on the next slide, what there is the golden opportunity ahead of us. And with this golden opportunity, we have to recognize that the profession, the business and accounting world is adapting, but there's a vital role in building and protecting businesses for the longer term. The opportunities ahead, even in the face of digital developments, are exciting. And we, as the business and accounting profession, are optimistic about the future of this profession. If you read our report, Future Ready Accountancy Careers in 2020, this is a story about transition and transformation at a time when job roles and responsibilities morph and evolve. This is a time of a reimagined profession. As we start this new decade, now is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to repurpose the profession of the modern world of work. And what we have to do as educators is ensure that we spread the message to all the students out there for them to understand that what is the future going to be like in this digital age, and ensure that they have the skill set to be able to adapt, be agile, and look forward to a successful career ahead of them. So that brings me to the end of this presentation. What I do want to stress is we are more than just numbers. We are more than just number crunchers. Accountants, business professionals, finance professionals have so much more of a bigger role. And it is our duty as educators to ensure that we pass on this message to this new generation to make them understand that there is a world full of opportunities out there for them. So I would like to take this opportunity to now, I think, Rashid, we have some question and answer session, right?
Yeah, we can open the floor for questions and answer right now. So everybody is encouraged, if you have any questions that you get from your students about careers, what they should study, what careers they should pursue. So you can ask those questions right now, and we have an expert who can answer all your questions. We are receiving a lot of praise for you, Fazila. First of all, people are saying it was high energy, truly future focused. So thank you very much for doing that session. And you can send us your questions as well. So we have a question, Fazila. What are the most in-demand skills that the employers want from fresh candidates, like people who are just about to start their careers? What skills they should have before they begin their careers?
Oh, I love that question. I get asked that all the time, and having spoken to so many employers across the region and globally, they don't just want an A star, 99% student who is technically competent and knows, you know, everything like a textbook, who swallowed the textbook and regurgitates that. They're looking for individuals who are quick in thinking, quick to act. They are looking for individuals that have good presentation skills, who speak well, who are eloquent and articulate themselves in a professional manner. They're looking for individuals who have corporate sophistication and professional sophistication. And honestly, that goes down to even the basics of the clothes that you wear, the suit that you wear to work, you know, the way that you appear, the way that you speak. It is so important to have self-awareness. Employers look for people with emotional intelligence, who can read and understand body language, who are self-aware about themselves and of other people. And so it's very, very important to think that it's not just about, you know, being very technically competent. You have to have the other spectrum of the soft skills are so, so, so important. Having that great personality, being a good communicator would sum up all of that in one magic word for me, is to be a very good communicator. And if you think about it, to all the educators out there on this platform, you're building people for the future. And therefore, everything that is done in the school system at university should be supporting the individual to have all these skill set for when they leave your institutions to go out there into the big bad world and work. It is so important to have all these other skill sets.
All right, great. So we have a question. In fact, I'm merging a number of questions because in your presentation, you repeatedly used the word digital. So there was a lot of emphasis on digital. So people are asking, when you say digital savvy professionals, what do you really mean, and how teachers can help students become digital natives?
Oh, I think it's more about how the students are digital natives already helping the teachers. So what I would say there is we have to embrace technology, us as educators, and we need to ensure that our students understand change. Change will happen. There's nothing they can do about it. They do also, they're agile and they're adaptable. Now, think about this, the evolution of our phone and how much it has changed over the last 10 to 15 years, from the big Nokias that we used to have to what we have now, right? I think what's important to recognize is that we're all learning on the go. We're all learning as months and days go by. But what you have to make sure is that the individuals are not dinosaurs with technology, that the students understand the benefits that technology brings, and that they are competent and capable. Now, I'm not going to say they have to be particularly competent on a specific platform or a specific knowledge of coding or, you know, scripting or anything like that. What I'm saying is that they have to recognize that digital and technology is so important. It's changing the way that we work, it's changing the future landscape, and we need to ensure that the students that are studying today within these institutions are tech savvy and are willing to embrace and adapt to change, because something they will learn today will be out of date in 2 years' time, as we're all seeing on different technologies and apps that we use, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Perfect. A very good answer. So we have one question from a teacher. She has a few people in her family who've started after metric or inter, they went into engineering, but they didn't do well in studies in engineering, and now they want to change their careers. So the question is, at what point a person can start ACCA? Is it important that you start after O levels or intermediate, or you can just start at any moment?
I would say you can start ACCA at any point of your career, of your life, not career, of any point of your life, whether that's after GCSEs, O levels, whether that's after A levels, whether that's after university. Honestly, I have been in the education field in the Middle East for about 12 years, and I've had science students drop out and join ACCA. I've seen engineering students, medical students who decided 1 year later, this is not what I want to do. It's not my cup of tea. I want to move into something else. And they moved into the accounting world, the business world, and they studied ACCA. It's never too late. Honestly, I know somebody at the age of 45 who decided he didn't want to be in the corporate world and he wanted to be a pilot. And he went into, and this was the previous head of ACCA for about 8 years ago, and he left and went and did all the flight hours to become a pilot. And today he works for Emirates. So that shows you it's never, ever too late. You do something, you try it out, it's not your strength, it's not your core, you don't enjoy it, you can move into anything else. And ACCA is very flexible like that and welcomes anyone from any path, education path, to enter into this profession.
Great answer, Fazila. Thank you very much for that. So we'll just ask the final question and then we'll let you go. So the final question, let me shortlist. Which one should I ask? There are so many questions. Okay. All right. So the question I'm going to ask you is, artificial intelligence is a big word, is a big buzzword. Everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. So a lot of jobs are about to go obsolete in near future, or it's already happening. So how you can future-proof careers in a world where AI is a big reality and not just a buzzword?
That's such a good question, because that's something I, as a mother, think about quite a lot for my own children, is that, you know, how am I going to get them ready for this technology, this world out there where there are so many buzzwords, right? Artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotic process automation, and the list just goes on and on of all these different mediums and, you know, new technologies that are emerging. And honestly, in another 10 years time, there'll be more words that we never even knew in were there out there in the world for these new technologies. Now, I want you to think about one thing, and everybody has this fear that artificial intelligence is going to take over the world and robotics is, and then there'll be no need for humans. And this example is that the ATM replaced tellers. So you go to the bank to take out your money on an ATM, right? And that replaced what? In the olden days, we used to go to the bank, go to the tellers and take out money and ask them to give us the money from our bank account, right? But the truth of the matter is that the tellers were replaced by ATMs, so those jobs went, but actually in return, having to have an ATM created new jobs and new opportunities, right? And people had to mold themselves to a different career. So think about the security people that have to come and collect, think about the IT that goes on in the back end of it. I am not afraid or scared that artificial intelligence is going to take over jobs. What I am sure about is artificial intelligence is going to create more future jobs that you and I don't even know exist as of today. The role of the business and accounting professionals is not going to change. Yes, there are drones today that are doing stock takes and audits in some countries in the world. That, back in the days, I used to go to a warehouse and count how many items they used to have of stock and then tick it on a sheet. Don't have to do that now. There are drones that do that. However, what is important to understand is a layer in the organization might be eliminated, but there are more jobs above it and everywhere else. And at the end of the day, human judgment will always be needed. We will be needed. Computers can't go and analyze everything and make decisions. Humans will always be needed. So one thing to think about and always be positive about is ensuring that artificial intelligence will eliminate some of the old jobs, but it will make a lot of new jobs available. So what's important is to ensure that the nowadays generation has a skill set to adapt and be agile. And I think the coronavirus and COVID-19 has made us all be able to adapt and be agile. And I'm sure that the younger generation will have that one important skill set.
For sure. And one thing that AI cannot replace is a trainer like you, Fazila. Thank you very much for such an insightful session. So what are your concluding remarks before we say goodbye to you? What final message you want to give to all the teachers that are listening to you from 15 different countries, 87 different cities?
57 countries, 87 cities, mashallah. Right, so what I would say there is you are making an impact on the life of a child, and they will never, ever forget that. We all remember our teachers and the people that had an impact. You are role models, and I think you're in an amazing position to be able to influence and guide and persuade and show a student how important education is, number one, how important it is to have a variety of skill sets, to be the all-rounded professional, and to always do the right thing, to be ethical. And I think it's an amazing opportunity for you to look in 10 to 15 years' time at where all these individuals are that you had an impact on. So my one last word will be to say, the accounting and business world needs ethical people who want to do right by organizations and individuals and economies and governments. So persuade your students to go into the business, finance and accounting world, and make sure it's not just those maths geniuses that enter this profession.
Thank you very much, Fazila. It was a pleasure listening to you and hosting you at our teacher training workshop. So we expect you to join us again next year when we will host
Inshallah,
another
inshallah.
workshop.
It's always a pleasure to come on these forums for Pakistan and many other countries in the world. It's great to share our insights, and thank you so much for having me.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Fazila. So after this insightful presentation by Fazila Goplani, we will now go to Lahore, where we have been joined by Mehwish Kareem. Hello, Mehwish. Mehwish is a big advocate of SDGs. She's a teacher herself, great corporate career in terms of training and development. So Mehwish, can you hear me? You are still on mute, Mehwish.
Hello, can you hear me now, Rashid?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Good to hear you, Mehwish, after a long time. How's
Yes,
the weather in Lahore?
it's good, getting better, but we see a bit of smog now. So yes, it's another worry coming our way.
Yeah, the smog days are coming. October is very, very polluted in Lahore. But after October, you get the best of the weathers in Lahore till March, I guess.
I couldn't agree more. Yes, that is the best time to be in Lahore.
Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've joined by Mehwish Kareem. The topic of her keynote speech is the future of learning assessment. The topic of her workshop is enhancing online learning experience, a guide to the most effective tools and innovative ideas. So this session is going to help you the most if you need help with what tools you can use in your teaching and how you can enhance the learning experience of the learners that you teach. So without further ado, handing over microphone and the camera and the screen to you, Mehwish. If you can
Thank
open
you,
up your
Rashid.
presentation and we
Sure.
can confirm if you're
Yes,
able to see.
I just want a confirmation that if everybody can view my presentation slides.
Yeah, we can view it now. Perfect. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum and hello everyone again. As what Rashid shared, we have participants from 15 countries, 87 cities, and around 900 teachers and educators and career counselors have registered with us. So I welcome you all. It is, I think, a matter of honor for me to be able to interact with so much knowledge. I think we have thousands and thousands of years of talent, education, and learning with us right now. I wish we could meet in person, but I guess then being virtual has its advantages as well. Otherwise, I would not have been able to interact with such a large number in one go by remaining in Lahore. So I welcome you all. We've had some great sessions, starting from Paul and then Fazila with her energy-packed session. And I would just try to add on a bit to the learning that has already been shared. You've had the masterclass from Paul Kirkwood, excellent tips and techniques that he shared. And then apart from the career counseling aspect as well, we'll be discussing some online tools. Now, first things first. First of all, I would like to share that I recognize that you guys have been there, done that. It has been more than a couple of months that all of the classes shifted to the online mode, and now actually, at least in Pakistan, things are moving back to the face-to-face and physical formats. Even then, we have blended learning in a lot of schools. Some schools are still offering only online classes, and the tools I'll be sharing, you might already be familiar with some of them might be new, some of them might have already been shared in this session. But if you already know about them, it's maybe an opportunity to reflect and choose and see that how did it go, and if it's something new, you are welcome to try it. So moving forward, just a brief introduction. Rashid has already been kind enough to introduce me. I'm co-founder of Shaur Trainings and Consultancy. Currently, I'm working as manager admissions at SCAN School of Accountancy, Pakistan, which is a strategic partner of ACCA qualification. I am also a faculty member at SCANS, and I teach at Institute of Business Administration, University of the Punjab, which is one of the largest public sector universities in Pakistan. Overall, I have more than 14 years of work experience related to education management, teaching, and training. I am a certified UN SDGs multiplier, like Rashid said. I am a certified trainer for mindful facilitation, and my career began in the corporate sector. So I became a certified corporate trainer at that time. My link towards education brought me to SCANS and ACCA. I'm a certified TOEFL test tutor as well. But as far as my education is concerned, I've done my MPhil in business administration, majors marketing. I love working for SDGs. I am currently volunteering for a couple of NGOs as well. Just last week, I had the opportunity to edit Wikipedia on the content for SDGs, which was a new thing for me because I became a student once again. So I could actually see that, not being very familiar with a couple of digital tools can be overwhelming. And I thought that, okay, I am still a digital native, not a digital native, but I am a digital learner. And I am an extremely curious person when it comes to climate change and climate action. I notice little things, and that has ended, in me getting trained for climate action as well. So that was just the boring part. And this was just to hope that I might have clicked some common links with the audience members. So this is the opening. Educators are the only people who lose sleep over other people's children. I think if one has to define or introduce an educator or a teacher, I think this is the best definition. So hats off to all the participants, all the lovely, talented participants in the workshop. So, teachers. I like memes. I like using memes. So you might be seeing a couple of them in this session as well. So what my friends think I do, it's a bit of chilling. What my mom thinks I do, what the society thinks I do, what kids think I do, what I think I do, and what I really do. So if I could see in the chat if somebody agrees to this definition of what I really do.
Right, so I can volunteer and read if we have any comments on that particular meme. Yeah, there are a lot of LOLs and ha-has, and everyone is agreeing with you,
Okay,
Mavish.
that's great. So as it is a training for tutors and educators, I would request, and I'm hoping that all of you have a pen and a paper with you. If you do not have it, I'll give you a minute, and I'll appreciate if you could grab a pen and a paper. In the meanwhile, we'll keep looking at the meme. I just wait for 1 minute and then we'll start with the activity.
Sure. So the attendees can let us know as soon as they're back
Yes.
with the pen and the paper.
Although it's a session on online learning, but I can't live without a pen and a paper.
Absolutely. Yeah, we are getting responses. People
Okay.
writing done, 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 done. Let's give
Great.
20 more
So
seconds
yes,
and then we can resume.
sure.
Yes, we have done.
Okay, great. Thank you
Everybody
so
done.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 5 things exercise. Some of you might have attempted it in the past. It might be new for some of you. But what I'm going to request you is to note down the things that I asked you to. First of all, notice 5 things that you can see right now, and please note them down. I'll be asking and requesting a couple of audience members to share what they've written at the end of the activity as well. So I'll repeat myself. Notice 5 things that you can see right now, and please note them down. Notice 4 things that you can touch. Please note them down. Notice 3 things that you can hear, and list them down. Notice 2 things you can smell at the moment. Please note them down. And last but not the least, notice 1 thing you can taste. And if any of the participants are done with their list, they're more than welcome to share what they've written down.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Sarah. Notice first point I want to explain it. I am from Pakistan and I am teaching in APS Rawat. And first thing is notice 5 things that you can see. I can see my watch. I can see my laptop.
Okay.
I can see teacup, and I can see my jewelry box.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. And can now somebody share the 4 things that you can touch right now?
Hello. Hello, I am from. Hello.
Yes, hello,
Yes,
we can
please.
hear you.
I am from APS Maralagi region, and I want to share the 4 things that I can touch. It's my laptop, my mobile, and my bed, and also the table.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Would you also want to share the 3 things you can hear right now?
I just can only hear you.
Okay, so that means you have the hands free.
Yeah.
Okay. So can we have some other participant who can share 3 things they can hear right now?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
I'm Zarmina from APS South Malir Kent.
Welcome, Zarmina.
And the 2 things that I can smell right now is my perfume and biryani.
Okay, that's a good combination. Thank you so much, Zarmina. And if you could share the 1 thing that you can taste right now.
Yeah, that's going to be biryani. Like that's
Biryani.
the only thing I can taste right now.
You're
Okay,
missing
thank
big
you so
time
much.
on biryani.
Best of luck digesting that biryani, Zarmina.
You should visit Karachi, then definitely you're going to love biryani over here.
Oh, inshallah soon, inshallah. Once the lockdown and everything, things become safer, it would be a pleasure. So thank you very
Thank
much,
you, ma'am.
audience members, and thank you, Zarmina, for participating. Now we're done with the exercise, and the basic purpose was to bring all of the participants and all of the audience members into the moment. Because whenever we enter a classroom, we have students who have a lot on their mind going on, and it's not just what is happening at their home or in their surroundings. They might have attended 3 classes already. Like at the moment I've joined, you've already been in front of the laptop since 2 p.m. So hats off to you guys, because you still have we still have a session after my session as well. So keep up with the good work, and now we're present minded and mindful. I'll now share the agenda. I've divided my portion into 3 chunks. First of all, I'll be giving a quick overview of the online learning platforms. Like I shared before, most of you might be already familiar with them. Then I'll be sharing some online tools and ideas. I've also divided them into 3 chunks. So there's a couple of tools for pre-class preparation, like lesson planning, presentation making, recording and editing of the videos. Then we have in-class interaction tools. Then we have post-class engagement tools. And then at the end, we'll be discussing some non-digital tools and ideas. So coming towards the first portion, online learning platforms. The first thing that came to my mind when the lockdown happened was that, okay, in a physical campus, when all of the management and the teachers are there, a lot of things are said and done verbally and physically. We have printed out forms, we have registers, we have files, and shifting all the classes online means that there needs to be a virtual school. And the first step towards establishing a virtual learning setup is to have a student learning management system, which has all the course plans in it, which has the opportunity, the option of submitting assignments and the teachers being able to mark the assignments along with their feedback. Then a platform which enables conducting quizzes and tests, and a platform that gives the option of getting the academic report of the student, whether it's attendance or progress or performance. So there are 2 major categories. One is that the institute, the school or the college or the university can get a custom built campus learning platform. I can share an example. I work at SCANS, and it is one of the platinum learning partners of ACCA, and we have our own custom built learning management system. So we were able to transition from face-to-face to online classes in a day. So the lockdown happened on Saturday, and on Monday we had resumed our classes. So that can help, and not everybody can, wants to opt for a custom built thing. So there are some online options available which have already been built, and you can get the reviews online, you can analyze them on your own. Google Classroom is the most popular one as per a couple of researches. Schoology, sorry, I'm still trying to pronounce it, but I think it's Schoology. So that is a very popular one, a top tier learning management system. We have Bizme, and then we have Edmodo. Now coming towards the pre-class preparation tools, like making a lecture, then we prepare ourselves that, okay, we are going to go and present a PowerPoint presentation maybe, or we're going to write on the whiteboard, on the blackboard. But right now in the online classes, we only have our laptop or any device with us. For that, I want to show a 3-minute video. If Rashid, please, if you could be kind enough to actually help me in playing the video.
Yeah, sure. I'll give it a try now.
Thank you so much.
I'll become presenter. Right. Sorry, it's a wrong video I played. So the title of your video is Keeping Student Engaged?
Yes.
Okay, I'll play that one.
And I'll be copying the link in the chat option as well for future reference of the participants.
Sure, yeah. All right,
Thank you so
so
much.
we are done with the video. Thanks.
And I just want to confirm if all of the audience members can see my slides again.
No, not at the moment. I'm making you presenter again.
Okay. Yes, got the message. And okay, so can you guys see my slides now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So I just want a quick feedback from the audience members that there were 6 tips. So how many of you have used or tried all of them? Rashid, are you getting any responses from the audience members?
Yeah, we are getting responses. For not all, almost all, we used a combination of strategies.
Okay.
Almost all. I applied few of them. 3 to 4
Okay.
are practiced. Almost 3 to 4. So majority of responses are like 3 to 4.
Okay. So if there was something new, you can definitely try. One thing that I've observed and practiced myself is that when it comes to local students, generally, whenever the Zoom camera by mistake shows the receiver or the participant, most of them were found lying on their beds or on the sofas and completely ill-prepared for the classes. So the thing that really helped me, and I would recommend all of the participants as well, would be deciding on a dress code and at least asking the students, if they have the proper space for it, to designate a desk and a chair for their class. They need to be well prepared for the with a register, pen, calculator, or any other tool that you guys use in the class. So coming back to the lesson planning and making part, common curriculum, plan board, and seesaw. These are the most frequently used tools for lesson planning and making. I had initially planned on adding the logos as well, but like I said before, that I realize and I appreciate that most of you have already tried a couple of avenues on your own as well. So I'll be just rushing through them. Then comes the most interesting part, which is about making presentations, visuals, infographics, and Canva, Prezi, Visme, Elijah, free chalkboard. Uh, Among these, there's no particular order of preference or any ranking or as such. But yes, personally, I found Canva to be really helpful because they have improved a lot on their content and they have such nice, creative, interactive templates as well. So a simple PowerPoint presentation can.
Sorry to interrupt you. Have you changed the slide, or is it the same slide you're referring to?
No, my slide currently says making presentations, visuals, infographics.
No, the one that we see is the slide pre-class preparation tools.
Pre-class presentation tools, I've moved on.
Okay, yeah. So if you can try sharing your screen again, maybe.
Okay.
Currently, we are on your previous slide.
Yes. Currently, my system shares that my system is showing that I am sharing the screen. So should I stop sharing it and then try it again? Maybe. Okay, so now I hope you guys can see the slide that I'm currently on.
Yes, Mahwish, we can see pre-class preparation tools.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope, Rashid, that all of the rest of the participants can see as well, and I can move forward then.
I think you should move forward. Rashid must be facing a connection issue.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for the feedback. So we've just a quick review that pre-class presentation included the 6 tips for the video that I shared, then 3 tools for lesson planning and making. And I was currently discussing the making presentations part using infographics and visuals. And I was sharing my personal experience that Canva has added some really good stuff, but the rest of the tools are really good as well, including Prezi, and these are shared in no particular order of preference. Then comes a very tricky part of video recording and editing. And Screencast-O-Matic has turned out to be a really blessing in disguise in these times. Zoom offers video recording as well. You can record your videos on Adobe Premiere, Screencastify, and Camtasia. And if anyone has ever recorded a video, and if you're not a professional, it needs a lot of editing. I mean, to be honest, when I initially started recordings, it used to take me 10 minutes to record a 2-minute video, and I was about to kill myself. But then ultimately the editors and the video editing options saved my life. And Screencast-O-Matic offers some really easy and convenient tools for video editing as well. DaVinci Resolve and VSTC Video Editor are a couple of options as well. And this chart just shows a quick comparison of the tools or the free plans that teachers can use. There's Loom, there's Screencastify, Screencast-O-Matic, and Zoom. And like it shows that Zoom has unlimited time duration. Screencast-O-Matic has different versions as well. And in some paid versions, you can record for unlimited time as well. Generally, the latest trend is of recording bite-sized videos and sharing them instead of long videos, and dividing them into smaller portions that they're easy to upload, they're easier to watch and keep a track of. Because the current statistics say that even students who start watching a video, they might not, watch it till the end. And if your learning management system provides you the opportunity, it's always good to have those settings and check that how many students started watching the video and watched it till the end. If majority of them are not watching it, there might be a problem in the video content or anything else. So that is learning for us as tutors and educators as well. So can anybody in the audience relate to this? And I hope the audience members are able to see the image properly as well.
Yeah, they can, and they're laughing at it. A lot of ha-has again, and people are saying it's totally relatable.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. So yes, it's great. It's great. But see, that's how things are. And now it's time to pick up your pens or pencils or the papers that I had requested initially, and we had used them for an activity. We'll be moving towards another activity, and this would bring out the artist in you. And what we're going to do is I'll share the steps first, and then we'll begin the activity. I'll request you guys to draw 3 flowers in the same pattern that has been shared on your screen, which means that there should be a center of the flower, and the flower should have 6 petals, not small ones, a bit oval shaped maybe, so that it looks like a proper flower. And we are going to draw 3 flowers or 3 flowers, whatever pronunciation is okay with most of the majority of the participants. So it's better that you take a big paper and you draw 3 flowers, one at the top, one in the middle, and then one at the bottom. And once you're done with that, and if Rashid would be kind enough, I'm sorry, Rashid, I keep bugging you for the responses, but if we get the response from the audience that they have drawn the flowers, then I can move ahead.
Sure, no problems at all.
I can share. I'm not sure if
people are able to complete the task. Mostly are writing done. Nice activity. John
Okay,
Flowers. Done, done,
John
done.
Flowers.
Yes, done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the next step would be to label all the 3 flowers with the categories that I've shared in each of the petals. So one of the petals would be labeled fear, one would be hope/dream, one of the petals would be relationship, one would say interests, one would say groups, and the last one would say value. And all of the participants are requested to label all the petals in their flowers. So the 3 flowers would be identical, each having 6 petals, and every flower should have 1 fear petal, 1 hope petal, 1 relationship petal, 1 interests, groups written in 1, and value written in 1. And once we're done with that, we can move towards the next step.
Yeah, people are quick,
Okay,
and a lot
that's
of people
good.
have already completed.
That's the best part about interacting with, talented intellectuals. They're so
Teachers,
quick. Yes, teachers, the guardian
masters.
souls. Yes, masters of the universe, I can say. So the next step would be to label the first flower as 16-year-old me. So no matter what age you are right now, you need to go back, close your eyes, go back to the time when you were 16 years old. It might be 20 years ago, it might be 30 years ago, it might be 10 years ago. So you're 16 years old and you have to write in each petal something that links with the label. For example, fear. What was your biggest fear when you were 16 years old? Like for me, if I can give examples that apply to my own self, getting a job of my choice was my biggest fear when I was 16 years old. Then what was my biggest hope or my biggest dream when I was 16 years old? It was to work for the United Nations. Okay, I'm sharing some confidential stuff here. So I hope that what happens in this room stays in this room of around 1,000 people. So the next part is relationship. What was the most important relationship that I had when I was 16 years old? So it was, for me, it was my friends, school or college, the transition period. Then what were my interests? So my biggest interest was music at that time and book reading. I had 2 interests, but okay, I'll prefer book reading. Groups. What was the most important group that I needed to be associated with at that time? So for me, it was being part of the student council. I wanted to be seen with the student council. I wanted to be part of the student council, getting all the duties backstage, presenting on stage, and all of the happening stuff that happens in hall management and after parties. And then value, the value petal. What did I value the most at that time when I was 16 years old? So that was loyalty for me. My friends not talking behind my back, my friends not fighting with me, my friends not making friends with anybody else. So loyal friends. So I hope that I've had a clear set of instructions shared with you, and all of you are done labeling the first flower.
Yeah, we are getting responses.
Okay. Now we move towards
People
the
are really
second flower.
enjoying this exercise.
Oh, thank you so much. That's really encouraging, because the activity doesn't end here. It is going to, take a bit longer. So coming towards the second flower, what you write in the middle is me today. Whether you're 35 years old today, whether you're 30 years old, whether you're 50 years old, you today. In the previous flower, it was you when you were 16 years old, and this is you today. And I would request you to label all the petals again. What you fear the most, today, for me, that would be my health because of COVID. What is my biggest dream? That I think I'll share maybe in a live interaction session. What is the most important relationship for me today? I think that's my students. What is my biggest interest? It's volunteering. What are the groups that I want to be associated with? People who work for climate change and causes that can help save the planet. Then what is the thing that what are my biggest or most preferred values? So for me, that would be honesty. Again, too much information being shared with around 1,000 people, but it's okay.
Your life is an open book when you become a teacher, because you have to give so
Exactly.
many examples every day that you can't
Yes.
resist.
You end up telling a lot about yourself, even the
Yeah,
kind of food you eat and the parlor you go to. So yes.
exactly.
So I hope the participants are done with the second flower.
Yeah, people are responding. Done, done, done.
Okay, great. So
Majority
moving
have
towards
completed.
the third and the last flower. I want you to imagine where you will be in the year 2030, 10 years from now. And what would be your biggest fear, your biggest dream at the time, the relationship most important to you 10 years down the lane? What would be your interest? What would be the group you would want to be associated with in 2030? And the most important value for you? And I intentionally skip on sharing where I see myself in 2030 right now.
It would be
Once they okay,
interesting
I'll
to
share
know.
yes.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
wish. It would be good to know, where do you see yourself in
Okay.
2030?
Okay. So I'll share. Thank you, Rashid, for putting me in this spot. But I think my biggest fear in 2030 would be looking back and realizing that I could have done so much, but I haven't done enough for
Right.
my planet or my community. My dream at that time would be to see the youth that I interact with, my students and my trainees, living the lives that I, for some reasons, could not, because of maybe lack of sufficient guidance or lack of research. So I would not want them to make the same mistakes. I would not want them to repeat the mistakes that I made. The most important relationship at that time, I think, would be with my parents, because when you get older, you realize the dynamics of some relationships that you keep on ignoring when you are young. So it's friends first and colleagues and hanging out and not giving sufficient time at home. And then interests. I think reading would still be the biggest interest, and maybe learning some digital tools, because Wikipedia editing has introduced me to a world that was totally new to me. And I love reading, I love editing, I love proofreading, and I like talking about social issues. So I think becoming a Wikipedia editor for sustainable development goals is something that I would want to stick to. The groups I would like to be associated with would be, I think it would be people who are dedicating most of their times for social welfare. I think that would be it. And the value I'll stick to and I'll appreciate the most at that time would be respect. Because whenever I interact with my teachers, one feedback that I always get from them is that, the your generation or the generation that studied from them earlier, they still respect us. But sometimes we feel that the youth is getting friendlier, but the element of respect is missing. So, when I'm all old and, lots of white hair and wrinkles in 2030, I would want the students and trainees to respect me. So that's it, Rashid. That's all my life, the past, the present, and the future.
Very well. So people are commenting done with the third flower.
Okay.
And a lot of praise again. People love these activities that you've designed and shared today.
Thank you so much. And I would request if one of the audience members could share what they feel after this activity and any learning that they think comes out of this activity.
Right. Yes, so people can unmute themselves or can raise hands and I can unmute them if they want to speak. Raise your hands now. And let's try with Fawzia Shaheen. Fawzia Shaheen, hello.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Fazia
Walaikum
Shaheen from Army Public School and College, Khariya Kent. I'm really pleased to join this webinar. It's really fruitful and it will help me a lot in my next planning and if unfortunately we suffer from lockdown, it's really helpful. And I
Thank you so much
wanted
for
to
this.
share my views before, but I tried many times to open the chat box. It was invisible and I couldn't open this. And my co-teacher said 900 cannot participate in chat box. And I felt it's okay. And it's very nice. Your activities are very nice, and it's really helpful in even as I'm teaching in senior section class 8, 9, 10. It will help us a lot to engage the students when they are not willing to learn and not interested in Park studies and history type subjects. And
Okay, so we can go to some other attendee. We have Ume Azma. I'm trying to unmute Ume Azma.
Okay.
Ume Azma, can you hear? I think she's not ready at the moment.
Any other participant who's willing to share the feedback of this particular activity, of these 3 identity flowers that we've drawn and the flowers that show the transition of our personality and of ourselves?
Right. So I'm trying to unmute Uzma Naz. Uzma, if you want to share, you have the opportunity now. Let's go to some other attendee. People have raised hands, but now they're
Okay.
feeling shy. Probably it's your pressure, Mevish.
No, it's not that they have to share what they've written. They only have to share the feeling that they have after making these identity flowers or any key learning they think that this activity can lead to in a classroom.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Sure. Thank you for joining us.
Ma'am, actually, if I look at my page right now in front of me, and this thing or this activity has made me realize that how much I have changed from 16 years and till today. And and the moment I was writing like what I will be doing after 10 years, and I thought that even now I am changing when I'm writing about the things I'm going to do after 10 years. Like within a moment, my mind changed. So these kind of activities made you realize that you are continuously going to change. A human being cannot be the same all the time.
Very true. Thank you so much for sharing the feedback. That is exactly one of the key takeaways from this activity, that we accept change because we don't like change. We don't respond well to change. And that is what happened when the lockdown took place and we had to forcefully shift from physical to online classes. But we as human beings also change, and change is the only constant. So if we are prepared for that and we plan for that, then it won't come to us as a surprise. And it can be used, this particular activity as an instructor can be used as a very good mindfulness activity for your students as well, especially when you feel that they're under a lot of pressure, and this helps them in self-analysis and knowing themselves as well, because the online world and the digital world, there's so much data, there's so much information, gadgets, that we hardly are able to take out time for ourselves. So I keep on recommending this activity to all the participants, that they can do this after every couple of years maybe, because you'll be surprised how things change, how your 10-year plans change, and how you right now change. So this is one of the tools, and if anybody would like to share following the same pattern, the same mistake that I've made, and if you want, you are happy, we'll be very happy to see the image, the picture of your 3 identity flowers, and if you could tag them on ACCA Pakistan's Twitter page and my page as well. Please don't forget to follow ACCA Pakistan's Twitter page. It's ACCA_PK, and we would be really happy. I'm sure Rashid would agree with me if we could see some pictures of the identity flowers on our Twitter page.
That would be awesome. And they can also share on our Facebook if they're not on Twitter or Instagram, wherever they feel it's
any
more
medium.
appropriate. Yep.
Okay. So let's hope. I have my fingers crossed, and I would want to see if somebody has shared their flowers as well. So that brings us to the end of the first portion, which was pre-class preparation, and now comes the in-class interaction time. So it's a virtual classroom, and the basic requirements generally are live video streaming, live chat. If a teacher assistant is available on the platform, ready to help you in the chat, it's always great. And screen sharing option is generally a prerequisite. The most commonly used tools, obviously, again, in no particular order: Google Classroom, it's free. Zoom, the basic version, is free. Microsoft Teams is free at the moment. We have Easy Talks, we have LearnCube and Vizic. What I've observed and what my research told me was that Google Classroom, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams are mostly used in Pakistan. And this is a comparison of some of the tools as well. All 3 are free right now. Zoom does have the restriction of 40-minute limit, but you can always join again. There's a meeting limit as well, and Zoom does not allow you to book for a session longer than 40 minutes if it's not a paid one. But then it's easy to use, and I'm sure all of you are very familiar with these 3 platforms as well. So after you've made the presentation, you've prepared the lecture, and now you are delivering the live lecture, Zoom, GoToMeeting, or Microsoft Teams are generally used the most and are recommended too. Then comes the online interaction part, because trust me when I say that nothing can be a substitute for live face-to-face interaction, being physically there. How energies transfer when you're physically present in a room, that is not possible in a virtual classroom, but still we can try our best and use all the tools that we have. There is a category of student interaction, which has already been discussed. And let's suppose if the faculty members or the school management wants to interact amongst themselves for any training or any session, Google Meet is a good option for that. Zoom is a good option. And one of the features that is really interesting is that they offer breakout room option as well. So if there's a larger audience and you have a 1-hour session, you can divide the audience members into chunks of 4 and 5 and allocate them different breakout rooms and allocate a 10-minute time. So what will happen is that, just like we used to do in face-to-face trainings as well, that you can switch the tables and you can interact with maximum number of people. So it's a very good opportunity for networking. Microsoft Teams is there. On24 is a very good option, and GoToWebinar, which we're using right now because of, mashallah, the large number of audience members that we have. And I've also shared a very basic comparison of 2 of the softwares that are available. Here's another graph: Zoom, Google Meet, and Microsoft Teams. We are mostly familiar with the pluses, and it's the areas of improvement that we need to be more mindful of. So Zoom has a time limit, and there has been some security problem as well, but that has improved. And when it comes to Google Meet, there is no waiting room, and an area of improvement is that only one person can share his screen at one time. Privacy can obviously be improved. And when it comes to Microsoft Teams, there is no grid view. So everything, every software or platform comes with its pluses and minuses. That being said, a lot of technology talk and a lot of digital talk. I just want to check up on you guys. I have 4 feelings right now. If you could share in the chat, if you write 1, that means you're happy. If you write 2, that means you're sad. 3 means you're angry, and 4 means you're surprised or motivated or energetic. So if you could please share the number that you are right now.
Sometimes we are somewhere in the middle, like 1.5 or 3.5.
That's
Happy and
okay.
sad.
There is no black and white for me, except in this yin and yang concept. But even then, the black has a bit of white and the white has a bit of black. So there are gray areas, and it's okay. So 1.75 is acceptable as well.
Right. So we are getting such responses, just like me.
Okay.
Yamna is saying 3.4. Huria is saying 1. Rubina is saying 4. Taqdees Abbasi is saying 1.5.
Okay.
Pashmina is saying 1. Saima Iqbal 4. Uzma
Okay.
1. Faria is saying if she's feeling energetic.
Okay.
Sayyida Abir happy. Maria Amin 3.
Oh, so why is Maria angry? I would want to, have if Maria could just
Yeah,
type in.
this is a generation which is angry for no reason. You go on Facebook and everyone is, responding with the angry emoji on every post. And I'm like, why are they so angry?
Yes, it's a general feeling of being upset at a lot of times. So, Maria, one thing that can really help you is maybe if you could try the identity flower once again, or the 5 things, 4 things, 3 things, because that really helps in controlling our emotions. One thing that I can quote from the religious point of view as well, that if you're angry, you can sit down, if you're standing, and drink water in 3 sips, and then the 5 things, 4 things, 3 things, 2 things activity. I'm sure it will help you. So thank you so much for the response, dear participants. Now, because I just checked up on you, because now I come to the in-class student engagement part. And when we engage with the students, we need to be very careful about how they're feeling, what are their emotions and feelings right now. And that is very difficult to evaluate in the virtual setting. But we do have a couple of tools that help us engage them. And whenever there is engagement, the mood lifts up and the feelings turn positive. So Boom Writer is a good tool if you want to, if you want the students to collaborate on writing something, they can write together. Flipgrid, sorry, that's a typo. Flipgrid is really good for making short videos and uploading them. Wakelet is a good option. Explain Everything, Edu Creations, Glogster, and Padlet. These are all new apps and tools, and they are really helpful in student engagement. Now, there's one more video that I would request Rashid to help me in playing. And this video will show you a tool that enhances in-class student engagement by developing a tool online. There's a person who's demonstrating how to develop that tool. So Rashid, if you could please help me there.
Right. And the title of your video is Microsoft's Future Vision? No, it's
No.
Teacher Tip.
Yes.
Okay.
And you've been thrust into the world of online live classes, I wanted to jump on and share very quickly the one thing I'm doing that has instantly increased engagement. So here we go, and hopefully it helps you. So you may or may not have seen a wheel like this before, and in the classroom it could be so much fun, but how do we generate something like this online? In this video I found it to be such a simple process, and it really adds the student. So let me show you exactly how to do it. I'm simply going to share a window. When I share that window, I'm going to go to my random name picker so that I share that for those students. So they will then simply see this wheel, and all I have to do is build the suspense, explain to them what this person with the name that comes up is going to have to do. Now, as professional educators, you can really go in many directions for this. The reason I love it the most is because we really do need engagement in online scenarios. And so if I just share an example from one of my classes this morning, you can begin to see this in action. And I actually set a little challenge for someone to share their work that they've been working on that week. And there was a little shock and horror as I announced the one. Before you see them really settle down, the wheel spins, and eventually someone is selected. And in my experience, because it's such a visibly fair process, students are much more likely to want to share in your classes. That's it. Have fun with it.
All right, we're done with the video. So I'll make you presenter again so you can start
Okay.
sharing your presentation.
Okay, Rashid, just checking up if you guys can see my presentation again.
Yeah, your presentation is visible. It's number 3, in-class student engagement.
Okay, so I just want to ask from the esteemed audience members that how many of them think that this tool can help them in engaging the students and keeping them on their toes and just waiting that any name could be called. Would it be helpful? One, if they write one, it would be yes, or they can simply write yes or no.
Yes and no are the options. Let's see the responses we are getting. Yes by Hina Iftikhar. Amazing idea by Naushaba Beg. 1 by Noreen Siraj, 1 by Zainab Durrani. I think that means yes.
That's
Pashmina
yes.
says yes. Kurat says yes. Rabia says yes. Okay, everyone
Great.
is agreeing, saying yes.
Okay, that's great. Now there's the post-class engagement tools time. So we are done with the online platform. I'm sorry, I'm a teacher myself, so I strongly believe in repeating and recollecting and reminding myself that I've covered the areas as well. So we are done with the online platforms. We are done with the pre-class preparation tools, and we are done with the in-class student engagement tools. Now it is the post-class engagement tools time. And you've prepared the lecture, you've delivered the lecture, you've interacted with the students, you've engaged them through different activities, whether it's virtual or a pen and a paper activity, sitting at their homes. The class is over. The link does not end when you click the leave button. The connection is there, and students need our support so much, because with a lot of negativity and bad news around us and so much of stress, we are the people students and the youth of today look up to. So you can offer email support. Obviously, that is not a substitute for a direct face-to-face interaction, but it gives you the flexibility. There's WhatsApp. WhatsApp is universally available. It's free. It's convenient. And what you can do is that you can time bound it, because what I've experienced personally, and I'm sure most of you might have suffered from it as well, is that when it comes to work from home, there is no starting time and ending time. You're working 24/7 almost. And there was a very funny incident that somebody in my team, one of my team members, uses the official WhatsApp number for the institute that I work, and it was Ramzan. And it was Sehri time, and it was around 3 o'clock. And he shared with me that, Madam, a student messaged me and asked me about the next enrollment coming up. And I said that, Beta, it's 3 o'clock. And you know what the student said? He said, sir, I saw you online. I thought you were up, so I should better ask you right now. So drawing the line is really important, and that is something you should definitely do. And one really interesting idea would be to have podcasts for each other's students. We as faculty members have each other's back, and sometimes the students might not be motivated when we share a new idea with them because of the monotony or because they're already familiar with us. And having a new teacher just talking to them for 10 minutes maybe on a topic that is interesting could engage them as well and make them feel supported from the institute side. Then there's the assessment and the quiz part, the most dreaded part. And Kahoot is definitely one of the most popular and most frequently used quiz app. It is time bound, and it shows how many of the respondents have answered. And it is really interactive, and it keeps you on our toes. And Quizlet, Socrative, Spiral, and Kezina. These are all some other apps as well. And Socrative is one, and Socrates is another one. So I'm sure most of you might have tried them already. Okay, so the class is done, preparation is done, and this is what my doctor says. So the doctor asks, have you been eating healthy, getting enough sleep, avoiding stress, and cutting back on caffeine? And this is me. So how many of the audience members can relate to this image?
Well, you have a great library of some exciting and very funny memes, Mavish. I must appreciate that.
Thank you.
And we are getting more ha-has. Surely, I agree. Good. Haha.
Okay,
ROFL.
great. So one of the reasons is me being a teacher, and honestly speaking, not being able to go to the parlor actually sometimes leads to this kind of a situation as well. And that is what actually happened during the lockdown. But most of it is because we give all the energy that we have to the students, and we want the best for them, and ultimately we stop thinking about ourselves. And this is something that we need to be careful about. We don't want, at least I don't want, my picture being shared on a meme like this. And that brings us to the non-digital tools and ideas that I had initially shared in my agenda, that after we'll discuss the online learning platforms, We'll discuss the online tools, which included pre-class, in-class, and post-class engagement tools. There will be some non-digital tools and ideas. So let's move forward. Mindfulness, being present in the moment, is something you don't need a device for. You just need your mind and yourself. And trust me, there are two sides of being mindful. Like I've shared in the image, it's just a difference of one L. If you carry all the baggage of your past and your daily activities and routines and schedules, you become overwhelmed. And if we try to focus just on the moment, and if we try to make our students focus just on the moment, being present in the moment, being present in the class physically and mentally, it can do wonders for us. So that is something you can definitely, most of you might be familiar with it, some of you might not be familiar with it, but I have already tried a couple of activities that involve mindfulness in this session as well, so you can use them as tools too. Another activity that you can make your students go through is the attitude of gratitude, and it is called a gratitude tree. You can ask them to draw a bark on a pen and a paper at their home. They don't need a lot of material for it. They just need a pen and a paper. And every day they can draw a leaf and write what they are thankful to God, Allah Ta'ala, to nature that day. So one day they might be thankful for having their family. The other day they might be thankful for losing 10 kgs. The next day they might be grateful for getting 10 new followers on Instagram. The other, and so on and so forth. So it's whatever they feel happy about. And you'll see that the tree grows and grows, and it gives so much of happiness. And whenever you're upset and if the ideal situation would be if they could pin it up on a door, on a notice board, anything that, any place that is in their view daily, it would really help them in feeling positive. There are so many things to be grateful about, and we keep on forgetting them. So the tree could grow into a forest one day, and they can actually conduct this activity with their family members as well. So once there is a family campaign going on of being thankful for the blessings that we have, it is amazing. And it can be a gratitude jar as well, but that would mean the students asking their parents for a jar, and we don't want the parents to be bothered more than they already are. So this is the safest option. And the third idea would be to make the students feel responsible and put them into leadership positions. Because generally, what the youth suffers today is that people telling them what to do, parents telling them what to do, friends, pressurizing them. There's peer pressure, and then we as faculty members and teachers sometimes ask them to do certain things as well. We stop them from doing something. So it might have a negative impact on their personality as well. So if we empower them, and if we help them channel all their energy in a positive direction, that can leave a good impact on the planet as well. Just for an example, I've shared a slide here. You can also follow the same pattern here. I've shared a slide of Australia, and the picture was taken on 31st December 2019. We entered the year 2020 with these wild bushfires in Australia. And ultimately, when COVID happened, the wildfires and these issues were sidelined. But then we have Californian fires happening right now. If we talk only about Pakistan, we have locust attacks since last year. They've destroyed a lot of crops. We had urban flooding in Karachi, and Rashid has been, since he lives in Karachi, I'm sorry, Rashid, I've shared this information without asking you first, but people have suffered from the urban flooding firsthand. And then we have the floods in the northern regions as well. So if we only think about our piece of land, our country, there is something bad about the environment happening all the time. There's smog coming in Lahore now. So if we make them realize that there are issues around us which are beyond their books and studies, they might take interest, they might become advocates for that. and there are some really good platforms for it as well. I was lucky to be selected for a training by former Vice President USA, Mr. Al Gore, by the name of the Climate Reality Project. And I was, I feel very proud to share that I got to know that a Pakistani student was only 9 or 10 years old when she got selected for the training as well. So this is something that, you know, we can share with our students, and they need make them realize that there is life beyond gadgets and beyond Instagram and Facebook likes and pictures. So that brings me to the end of the workshop. I hope I am managing the time. And before I start with the workshop review, any questions that the audience members want to ask? I think we can take a couple of questions, Rashid. Can we?
Yeah, we can take 1 or 2 questions.
Okay.
And then we'll move to our next session, which is about
Yes.
assessment, a very
Okay.
important part of teaching, where you actually assess your students. Well, instead of questions, we are receiving a lot of praise for you. Highly informative and interesting session. The workshop
Thank
is
you.
really awesome. Okay, so the
Thank you.
gratitude tree is an amazing idea.
Okay.
Mevish, Kareem did it awesome, great session.
Thank
So a
you.
lot of appreciation and praise for
Thank
you,
you.
Mevish. So I think you have answered all the questions already, and people are left with no questions, and they're living in the moment. Their minds are not full, but they're
That is
mindful.
okay.
Yeah, so I think instead of I think instead of going into the question and answer session, we can simply check if we have our next trainer with us, Sarah Corcoran. She will be joining us from the United Kingdom, and she'll
Okay.
be delivering a keynote address. Unlike other trainers, we're unfortunately, because we were mindful of the time that people have very busy days, so we've given her 30 minutes only, though we wanted to give her more. She was part of our Future of Education roundtables earlier this year. She is an experienced teacher and a leader in the education sector. Hi, Sarah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Rashid, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Very good to have you today for this session. So since we have 30 minutes for your session, I'll not waste any of your time and hand over microphone to you. And I think Mevish, if you want to take a break, you can go and grab yourself a cup of tea and come back.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you so much. I hope my screen is, if it's still visible, I would just want to end on this note. I think the audience members can still see my screen.
No, we've switched the screen, but
Okay, that's perfect.
But you can deliver the message if you want.
Okay, I just wanted to say that for me, teachers are warriors. I used to say that teachers are warriors with pens, but I think now they're warriors with gadgets. So I want to thank all of the audience members for their amazing participation. It was a pleasure, and welcome, Sarah. And I'm sorry, I think I might have taken a couple of minutes from your time. So over to you. Thank you so much.
No worries at all. Thank you, Mevish. That was really an inspiring talk, and I'm worried I'm not going to be able to live up to all of that, but I just wanted to start by saying Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you, Rashid, for inviting me to be part of this session today. It feels like a real privilege to be able to share with this audience some of the things and some of the thinking that we've been doing in ACCA. I should probably start by introducing myself. I've been at ACCA for just over 8 years now. Before working at ACCA, I worked for Cambridge Assessment, which as teachers, I imagine a number of you will know and have and be familiar with. Cambridge Assessment is the body that does a lot of the international O-levels, A-level exams, etc. around the world. And I used to be quite heavily involved in that side of things. When I came to work at ACCA, my remit was to think about how we can introduce transformational change into the organisation, particularly around technology, because technology, as we have all discovered and all heard about over the last few hours in this session, technology is such an enabler of transformational change. On that note, I wanted to start with a bit of a quiz. And I have to say, when I put my presentation together, I hadn't heard the other presenters saying how important it was in online things to do quizzes. So this is just a bit fortuitous. Rashid, I'm going to ask you to look at the chat and see what people think the answer to this question is. Here is the photograph of, or a painting, I should say, of students doing their civil service exams in China. And I would like the audience to guess when this was painted, or how long ago does this depict?
Right. A history question for everyone.
So it could be the year, or it could be how many years ago. Type your answers into the chat.
Right, we are getting a lot of responses. Arjuman says it's 1400, not mentioning CE, BC. Somebody said 1945. That was Rifat Bano. Fariha Kamal says 16th century. Sundar says 500 BCE. Rosina saying 18th century. And we have some people also responding 1945. Interesting. Qasib Paveen says about 70 to 100 years ago. And Usman says 300 years ago, somewhere in China. Nida says 14th century. Tayyiba says 1945. Sabila says 1800. Muhammad Mohsin says 500 BC. Sadia Imam says 1400. So mixed responses there.
A real range of responses. That's so interesting. Your first one and your last one, I think, both said 1400. We'll come back to that in a minute. But looking at the picture on the right and looking at the picture on the left, I'm trying to stop. I think it was August, so last month. You'll notice a lot of similarity about that. This is one. It was Pakistan Today's reporting of the grading of Cambridge. I think this was A levels actually. What I notice is very little has changed, and I'll tell you how long ago that photograph on the right was in a minute. But if you look, the desks are still lined up. You see a desk at the front where the invigilator is able to monitor students. You'll see the desks placed probably still 1.25 meters apart, or whatever it is. The big difference I notice is that it was a little tidier in those days when that Chinese picture was painted. But other than that, I'm pretty gobsmacked that over 600 years, so whoever said 1400s, absolutely spot on, 600 years, isn't it astounding that there's not been a lot of change in the area of assessment? That really fills me with, makes me stand back and think, goodness, that's some thing to think about. But then what happened? Something came along in March, April this year, and that something had a really devastating impact on our planet. I put this slide together actually back in April when I was thinking about how we needed an ACCA to respond to this change. So the figures here are a bit out of date, but what we do know is that the impact from coronavirus is a really social impact. It's not just having an economic impact. The economics on the left just really show what the human impact, the social crisis this is going to be, because if there is an economic impact, that impacts us all. sorts of things we were finding is we had students who were, well, two things really. A lot of students getting really worried about their ability to continue to take their exams, because a lot of students had studied for a long time, done a course and wanted to continue their journey. And I'm talking, you know, thousands, tens of thousands of students who got very anxious about their ability to be able to continue their journey, their assessment journey, to get qualified and therefore continue with their careers. And then we had another set of students who might have found that this impacted their job situation, found themselves with some time and actually wanted to start a journey with ACCA, wanted to do some more learning. So what this told us is that we had to act. We couldn't just sit back and let things continue. We had to do something to enable our students to continue on that journey. We weren't the only ones, and this phrase has come back to be very meaningful to a lot of organisations over the last few months. So for 600 years, no change, and then suddenly we found this necessity that meant that we really needed to change. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we did do. What we didn't do, we didn't take the approach that Cambridge had done with the teacher assessment of grades. We couldn't have done that anyway because we didn't know our students. We don't know a lot of our students in the same way that schools and teachers know their students. We have a lot of students who are, we call them self-study, who aren't necessarily studying in a college or in a school. So we had to do something. We had to do something very quickly, and as anything done quickly, it didn't, you know, we've learned a lot and we now need to progress beyond what we did to respond quickly. So I've had a follow-up to this phrase, which is, yes, necessity is the mother of invention, means that we've had to invent things quickly, but also discontent is the father of progress. What that's saying is we've learned from what we did, and therefore we now know how we need to progress. So what did we do? Actually, I tell a bit of a lie when I say that that assessments haven't changed a lot over the last 600 years. Because a few years ago, and Mevish, I don't know if we've still got Mevish on the call, but you will probably recognise that photograph. This was taken when I was in Lahore in, I think it was 2017, it might have been the beginning of 2018. But this is when we introduced our first major change to change paper-based exams and put them onto computers. And this is some real live exams being sat. So this is what our exams looked like, and still look like actually, before coronavirus. I think one of the reasons that Cambridge O-levels, A-levels, etc. haven't been able to do what we've done is because a lot of those exams are still offered by paper. So it's just worth pausing on that and thinking about, we feel very fortunate that we had already transferred our exams to be taken on computer, and that meant that we were then ready to take the next step. So that's what our exams looked like a few years ago. And this is what they looked like in April, May, when we introduced this new technology. What you see there, that's not students sat at computers doing exams. We introduced remotely invigilated exams. Those are invigilators sat at technology screens. Those are invigilators actually watching students from a hub. This is an invigilation hub, but then we moved on to using invigilators at home. So they are invigilating students online. The students then are able to sit their exams at home, because what coronavirus meant was countries went into lockdown, students couldn't travel to an exam centre. They had, if they wanted to do an exam, they had to do their exam at home. And what you see in the middle, that's typically what an invigilator would see. That's the student actually doing their exam. I've got another photograph of what an invigilator, this is using another software that we use. The 6 photographs you see there, they're students doing an exam, and the invigilator, this is what an invigilator will see. So they can see students thinking about the exam, thinking about what they're going to answer on the computer screen. And then you can see a chat box. So each of the student on the right-hand side, there's some chat going on there between the invigilator and the student. So that's what we did. The software we implemented, you know, we talked earlier, there was talk about artificial intelligence and the fact that things are going to change. There is so much possibility now from the use of technology. The software we used actually used biometrics and artificial intelligence in various ways, because it's really important in our exams that we maintain standards, and we need to make sure that students aren't able to cheat. So one of the biometric technology components that we implemented was a tool called IDEMIA, which is the biometric tool used by some passport agencies at airports. So the artificial intelligence in this software actually is intelligent enough to check people's ID, their passport, their driving license or their identity card, check the picture in that against the picture of the student who's actually sitting in front of the screen doing their exam. And if you think about it, that's actually more secure very often than students going to an exam centre doing the same thing. I know if you're teaching in schools and you've got students that you know, this is less of an issue. In our world, we need to have a fail-safe way of checking identity. So this is some of the stuff that we implemented, and we implemented it very quickly to enable students to continue to take their exams. Now, I said we implemented it quickly and we learned a lot. I just wanted to share a couple of things that we learned. Countries across the world went into lockdown, and students, even though they had been hoping to, were not able to go to an exam centre to do their exams at home. So what we did is we offered those students whose centres had been cancelled, we offered them the choice to do an exam at home. What was interesting is we didn't have 100% uptake. We only had 72% of those students who we offered that choice opting to do their exam at home. The second point we learned a lot about students' experience, and whilst going to an exam centre and doing exams on technology isn't 100% foolproof, fail-safe, because technology, you do get issues, it is a lot more reliable than students trying to deal with all the technology issues themselves at home. So not all students had a successful exam experience, and that's one of the things that we're trying to progress now, trying to understand what more we can do to ensure that students' chances of a successful exam experience are enhanced. And then the third bullet point is what we haven't yet done is we haven't made this a choice for students to either do an exam at home or go to a centre where centres aren't in lockdown, where countries aren't in lockdown. That's what we're thinking about at the moment. So our thoughts are very much, where is the future of all of this going to go? Are doing exams at home, is remote invigilation, is that going to be part of what the future looks like? Yeah, actually, I'm going to ask that question and pause and ask that question as well, just before I move on to what we are thinking about in the future. I'm going to do one slide. Can I get a bit of a chat going? And Rashid, I'll ask you to monitor that again. If anybody has had experience of doing exams at home, or your students have done exams at home, what do you think? Do you think that we will go back to students all doing exams at exam centres, or do you think now the genie's out of the bottle, there will in the future be more exams at home? So that's my exam question. Will there in the future be more exams taken at home?
Very interesting question, Sarah. So yeah, you'll have to put yourself on mute so there's no echo. I can hear myself. All right, so Asmara is saying online exams for sure. Yes, it can be online or in center is the response from Rabia Ijaz. Rabia is also saying it's going to be both. So it's going to be blended, or you'll have to give both the options. Farah Banu is saying it's going to be digital exams, online exams in the future is the response from Sayyida Mahajabeen. Hybrid is the response from Nazia. And there was an interesting comment that the exams will be open book exams, more focused on people's concepts. Interestingly, online exams. So the majority of the people agree that the future is going to be blended, if not fully online.
Now that's really interesting. It sounds like people are feeling, as you say, Rashid, the future will be digital somehow, but not necessarily throwing the baby out of the bathwater and using where we've got good things now in our model, not losing those to the future. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're thinking of for the future. But before I do, I would like to get all of us our mindsets into what might the future look like. And some of you may have seen this before. Microsoft have put together a video showing their vision for the year 2040. And Rashid, I'm going to ask you to share that vision, if that's all right. There's the part, it's a long video this, so I don't want to do all of it, but there's a if you want to just do the first, I don't know, 15 seconds, just because there's some really cool stuff in the first 15 seconds. This is to get our mindset into what will the future look like. So Rashid.
Sure. So the video will be now played.
And then actually, Rashid, could you go to 12 minutes 45?
Let me see if I can fast forward this. It appears that you cannot really fast forward the video. Now, so we have to follow the speed of the video. We can't so we cannot fast forward the video. Either we'll have to watch the entire video, or I can share the link with the people, the YouTube link, and then they can probably watch it there. What do you say, Sarah? Sarah, are you there? Sarah is on mute. So Sarah, can you unmute yourself, please? Yeah. So
have you got me back now?
yeah, you're back. So we were not able to fast forward the video, so I hope that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I was desperately trying to come in and say, let's leave that. I think it would be useful to share the link if that's okay, because there's some really cool stuff later in the video which shows what teaching might look like in 2040, and there's some technology which Microsoft has been giving a lot of thought to, which is even above and beyond what we can even grasp at the moment. So I really only wanted to share that video to get ourselves into the mindset of where learning and assessment might go in the future. And we've developed the model, we're still developing the model, which is very much in line with what people are saying, that learning and assessment is likely to be more blended in the future. So at the moment, learning, particularly for our exams, can be quite theoretical. We can have quite long courses leading to an end of course assessment, which might be several months down the line. Some people take years to do our qualification, and learning tends to be separate from the end of course assessment. So our thinking is that in the future, learning will be more experiential, so more on the job, so to speak. We think learning might be packaged in smaller sizes, and we think that the distinction between school and college and then going into a job, we think that's going to change, that there will be more learning, lifelong learning. So those are, excuse me, those are our thoughts about learning. About assessment, we think that's also going to change. Assessment at the moment is quite fixed. It's fixed at the end of a piece of learning. We have invigilated exams at centres. Exams are more face-to-face at exam centres. And we think in the future that's going to change to more assessment from home, more as somebody coined a phrase the other day, the martini model. I don't know if that means anything, but any time, any place, anywhere. So a lot more personalised assessment, along with a lot more personalised learning. Now, in order to achieve that vision, though, you'll see that technology is such a part of that. And one of the things that we found through introducing technology-based assessment in our last exam sessions was that it was tough for students doing the exam at home very often, because they're not technology experts, and exams at home needs a certain set of technology setup. So some of the things we found were that in some exams, students had a power cut, for example. Sometimes the broadband went down. One of the biggest challenges that a lot of students had was actually just finding a quiet space. So what I wanted to do was just get your thoughts on where you see, I'm going to skip the last poll because we've done that actually, but what you see is the environment that is going to be possible in the immediate term for some of your students. So for your students, what percentage do you think could find a quiet place at home, guaranteed to be free from interruption? And bearing in mind, this is for formal exams, formal assessment. So being interrupted probably is less problematic for a piece of learning, but for an exam, it's absolutely key. So Rashid, could you share the poll? Thank you.
The poll is now open. Let's give people 15 more seconds so they can respond. We're collecting responses. Last 10 seconds. Hurry up, teachers. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are closing the poll, and we have the responses on front of your screen. So majority have responded, 36%. Basically, it's a tie, less than 25% or between 25 and 50%.
Okay, thank you. I actually can't see the poll results, but that might be because I'm in full PowerPoint mode. But I'm going to, Rashid, if you could capture those for me, because that's really interesting. So it's an issue, finding a quiet space, and we found it to be an issue. So that's something we need to think about. The next thing, oh, I need to.
Yeah, it's visible. Your presentation is visible.
Yeah, there we go. It wasn't fast forwarding from me. So going back to the point I was making about good technology, to sit a formal exam at home requires high broadband speeds, a stable internet connection, guaranteed power supply, electrical power supply. And if we're doing remotely invigilated exams, the thing that I showed earlier, you need a really good webcam as part of your technology. So I'd like to ask again, what percentage of your students do you think would, as part of their home environment, have access to that type of technology?
The poll is now active and we are collecting responses. I think I'm running the right poll, right, Sarah?
I can't, let me see if I can actually see the poll.
So this one is asking, learning and assessment from home often requires good technology. Setting formal qualifications at home in particular requires, options are high broadband speeds, stable internet connections, a guaranteed electrical power supply, and the last option is for remotely invigilated exams, a good webcam.
That's the correct poll, yes.
All right, and we have enough responses to close this one and share the answers. And we have the answers. The majority, 63%, thinks it's stable internet connection, followed by 17% a guaranteed electrical power supply, and 16% high broadband speeds.
Okay. So the answers were slightly different to the one in my presentation, but not to worry. So some good feedback there, thank you. And I've got my last question, is in order to move to learning and assessment, which is far more powered by technology, far more in line with that vision that Microsoft is working towards, and Rashid shared with you earlier. In order to achieve that vision, across the world, in all countries, we really do need to get very good, sophisticated technology. So my question to this group is, do you believe that the government is doing enough to ensure that the whole of Pakistan has the technology that is going to be required to support our children's future learning? So Rashid, if you could open up that poll.
Okay, so we are checking if people are satisfied with the interventions that government has introduced, and we are collecting responses. We'll give 10 more seconds and the countdown begins. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're closing the poll now. And the answers are on the screen. So 63% have answered no. 37% are satisfied.
That's really interesting. Thanks, Rashid. Because that vision of Microsoft's is very compelling. There's a lot of really exciting stuff going on there. A lot of really good stuff which could benefit us all. But we're not going to be able to achieve that without really good infrastructure across all of our countries. And when I do this poll with other countries, what we found today is very much in line with what others are saying. The majority would like their governments to do more to get that infrastructure in globally. Sometimes in cities, we tend to have good broadband. I know where I live in the UK, if I'm in the city, it's all right. If I'm in a rural village, we haven't yet got really good broadband out there. So I just would like to thank you for your time today. Thank you for your participation. It's left me with lots to think about, and I do appreciate that. And really left me with thinking, yes, the future is really exciting. The use of technology just can add so much to our lives, but we need to work with government to make that happen. And actually, I'll just leave you with an example of that from the UK. So I mentioned that I've been involved in school exams in the past, and I was invited to be on a government advisory panel about where some of our school exams went. If I loop back into that very first slide I showed, where students were sitting doing exams at home, not at home, on paper in an exam hall, the reason that a lot of school exams are still like that is because that we haven't yet cracked the technology to make it possible for all school exams to be taken on computer. So that's why and we're not going to do that by ourselves. We need government to help make that big change with school exams. So thank you very much for inviting me to talk to you today. And for providing me with a lot of your insight, which we can take back and think about. Exciting world, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It was lovely listening to the presentation, and we look forward to welcoming you back in Pakistan very soon. It's been a long time that you visited Pakistan, so as soon as things are normal, we'll welcome you back. Thank you very much for your time, and it has been a great day so far, and we have finally come to the final part of today's workshop, and we are very excited that we are joined by Mr. Hamad Azim, who is the head of marketing at ACCA Pakistan, who will deliver his closing remarks on working together, thinking digital, focusing on recovery. And let me check if we have, yeah, we have Hamad Azim with us. Hello, Hamad. Thank you very much for joining. Can you hear me? And can you please unmute yourself?
Hello everyone. Can you hear me, Rashid?
Yeah, loud and clear. Over to you.
Okay, so this has been a great session. Everybody I do realize have been on since 2 p.m. It's been 4 hours, so I am not going to take too much of your time. However, I would like to specifically thank Paul, Rashid, Sajid, Sarah, Mavish, and Fazila, who have tremendously contributed onto this session, and I hope that it has been as engaging and as adding value to all of you, and something that you guys can all take back and add value in the lives of, and guide our students better, especially those who are interested in finance and various other relevant discipline. I would like to highlight ACCA's commitment to capacity building and creating opportunities for all qualified accountants and making a real change in the society by upholding highest levels or standards of ethics and responsible business. We encourage everyone to please stay connected with ACCA and collaborate with us more frequently. Just very quickly about our story. At ACCA, we are working really hard to support our members, our future members, and the wider community through the COVID-19 outbreak. We are all in this together. So sharing of ideas, sharing of best practices, any advice, suggestions, innovative thinking is absolutely essential, and it is the key. Specifically, I mean, all the sessions are really great, but as Paul had specifically discussed some of the key things that I would just like to also mention. You know, the whole communication process has changed dramatically. You know, the way we are engaging online, you know, it has been a learning curve for everybody. I mean, as Paul shared his entire journey, you know, when he was teaching and what techniques and tools he was using. But it's very important to understand while sort of conducting these online sessions as to how the whole communication channel works, how to keep the sessions interactive, engaging, full of energy, and most of all, innovative. It has been absolutely brilliant, and as I said, I'm not really going to take that much of your time, but I would just like to thank you to our panelists and all of the people who have attended this session today, and a big shout out to Rashid for organizing this session. And I think it has been a great success, and we look forward to having more of these sessions and getting some of our panelists back whenever they have time. And of course, you will be getting invites, so please make sure to pen it out in your diaries for our future events. And look out for, just stay connected with ACCA's network, and you will be getting a lot of exciting updates. We are doing a lot of work specifically, and I'm very proud and happy to share that the teams have put in and really gone out of their way to organize some of these sessions for all of you. So from me, thank you everybody. Have a great afternoon. Have a lovely evening wherever you are. And Rashid, thank you very much for having me on this session as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hamad, for your brief closing remarks. And I thank everyone for attending today's session. And as Hamad suggested, we are going to plan more similar sessions for your capacity development. And we can also conduct career counseling session for your students. So I have sent you an email address in the chat, so you can get in touch with us, and we will ensure that we do something with your school. We can collaborate, we can come up with an exciting concept for your students, and together we can shape the future. So thank you very much for joining us today, and we look forward to engaging with you again. Fi amanillah, take care. Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz, and thank you.